Does this work? Am I on now? Sorry, it took me longer than 1 second. I knew the Windows update would strike me somehow. So let me start over. Let's just pretend that I just started, okay? Hey, welcome to stream number 281. So I'm going to be spending today's stream going through the past notes and to-dos from previous streams. I'm doing this mostly because I've been collecting them over the past 280 streams and not doing a very good job between streams going through them and organizing them. So just like the reason why I'm streaming at all, I am going to force myself to improve by doing it live on camera. And the reason why my microphone wasn't working before is probably because I was forced to update Windows from 1803 to 1809 version of Windows 10. I had no choice. It was either do it now or fool Windows into thinking that it didn't need to do it for another couple days. But I'm like, what's the difference between doing it now and doing it 4 or 5 days from now? Not much. Might as well do it now since it's not like right before the stream. So I just did it. I knew something would go wrong, and everything seemed to go right, so I knew something would happen. And of course, the thing that goes wrong is my microphone wasn't set up in OBS correctly, but now it seems to be. I don't know what the auxiliary audio is, though. Let me going to test the auxiliary audio. Probably by going into my game, which I need to do anyway, and making sure the sound effects still play. Let's go do that. Hey there, retired Android. How are you doing? So let me go into my game, and what I'll do is I'll pick up one of these slimes and put them next to George. Yeah, so the auxiliary audio is broken too. Let me fix that. They all got reset to default device apparently. So that should go to auxiliary voice meter. So let's try it again. Let me grab a slime, put it next to George. There we go. You guys heard that? George ruthlessly striking that slime. Okay. What other things might be messed up? I hear the audio, so my voice meter looked okay. I think we're good there. I'll probably find out what else is broken. One cool side effect, I guess, is, can I show this? Hide that. I can hide that. Hold on, just a second. And more than a second, just a few seconds. One pleasant side effect of going to Windows 10 version 1809 is now I have true dark mode in Windows. So I'm like, ooh, cool. Does that mean Notepad also is dark mode? Nope. No dark mode for Notepad, but at least we got dark mode for Windows Explorer now, which is kind of cool. So that's, I guess, one good side effect. Yeah, audio's... I saw the meter on my side, so pretty sure it was working. But thank you for the confirmation. All right. So, yeah, like I was saying, when no one could hear me, because I'm forcing myself to do some organization today, it's not going to be as much coding, and so it might be kind of boring. And so I don't mind if you choose not to watch. That's fine. I gotta work anyway. I'll try to do some coding, but I'll give you some alternatives. If you would rather watch someone who is coding more, or if you haven't seen them before. Oh, and that won't work because my bot's not running. Start the bot and then do the command again. Hey there, Noah. How are you doing? Just waiting for my bot to turn on. It takes 10 seconds because I put in a 10-second timer. I don't remember why. But yeah, Adam13531 just came back from his vacation, so if you get bored watching or listening to me, you can check out his channel. He'll be there for a few more hours. And let me give you some other alternatives, just in case you start to nod off or my stream isn't so interesting today. We have Soding, who is definitely cool to check out. And there's also the Alt F4 stream. And oh bother. There you go. I've given you 3 alternatives. So now, no excuses if you have a bad time here and you're like, well, I don't know where else to go. There, I've given you 3 different things you can watch. You're just gonna be lurking? Okay, cool. Yeah, Soding's pretty awesome. He's a Russian coder, so you know it's serious. All right, let me finish setting up today's stream. So I think this is how I want to handle it. I'm going to go through all the notes I made in the last 280 streams as quickly as I can, looking for things in the notes section, determine which are still applicable. This is new. I don't remember ever doing that pop-up thing before. And if the things are still applicable, I want to either do it immediately or file it in GitHub, and then as sort of a middle ground approach, if it's a little bit too complicated, I don't want to do it immediately, and it's maybe not big enough to be its own GitHub issue, I might put it off onto one of two lists. I have a list of things that I would like to research, so if someone gave me a link to something that looked cool, I might want to research it. And if someone gives me a link to something that's like something I might want to do, like an alternative approach or alternative coding library or whatever, I might put it onto a side projects list to do maybe for those streams that I really don't feel motivated to work directly on my game. I might take a side project. For example, one side project, which might be fun, is to try moving up to C++ 17. So there's this list of things I've been collecting from viewers that I could look into this. I can learn what is standard optional. Or let's see what else we have here. Updating Lambda functions so that you could initialize new variables in the capture clause like that. We could try that out. So I can get familiar with C++ 17 and at the same time maybe help other people watching me get up to speed as well. Because there is sort of a learning curve between C++ 11 and 17. And I kind of want to do it before 17 becomes old too. And I'll be like, I'm too slow to keep up with the world. So that's an example of one side project I might do. So we'll have more side projects. So I'll probably want to start a list of that. And I want to take this page and make a link to it. So I'm going to start this up. And I need a shortcut. And I'm going to take that today's link. Sometimes one node online takes a while to load. I don't really understand why. Copy a link to it. We're going to go to tinyURL, paste that, copy to clipboard, close, open it again to make sure the link works. And I'm faster than the computer is. I hate it when that happens. Okay, link works. So a couple of things. I'm going to put it into the today command. So, oh, I saw George doing some combat there. So Raimu is... how should I put this? Updating his stream notes and attempting to improve their organization. But actually, there's more, right? There's more. But wait, there's more. He will also be working on miscellaneous coding tasks from past to-do list items. There we go. Hey there, Crumpet. Look at that. You're in game too. You're on TV. Wow. How are you doing? Okay, link goes at the end. Update. And then what if I just take this entire link and like reuse it in Discord? That might be convenient. Today I'll be updating my stream notes, attempting to improve the organization. I will also be working on miscellaneous coding tests from past to-do list items. Check out today. Okay, so I will... There. Now it's in Discord too. Did something with my hair. My hair's getting too long, so I just washed it and I was combing it back. I need to get a haircut. I actually asked Mrs. Raimu last night, would you give me a haircut soon? Because she cuts the hair of everybody in our household. She does a really good job too. Yep, so that's working. Okay. I may demonstrate the game here and there for new people also. Will I get one cut? Get them all cut? Yeah. Yeah, good one. I thought you were going to say, why get your haircut? Just grow out long like a real Unix hacker and get a ponytail. A joke about that sometimes. All right, let's clear out the slate today. So, I want to have a side projects tab here somewhere. What this to do sort of is a list of side projects. Actually, this needs to be just improved. I'm gonna deprecate this. So let me actually mark. Can I mark that? Rename it to do deprecated. And I'm gonna introduce, in addition to research, I'm gonna have side projects. And we'll just have a page for every side project. Or well, actually, let's have a list. Side projects. I don't know, overall list. All right, and then we're going to be collecting stuff from that, from the log. Especially how many stickers you have on your laptop now. Oh, see, when like I first got a job like 20-something years ago, the joke was that the longer a Unix admin's ponytail was, the better they were. That if you had a sysadmin who had a ponytail, then like that's the real deal. And they also had to have an attitude, like an air of superiority about them. Okay, obviously I don't have any stream notes from stream 1 because I was dumb and didn't take any notes. Number 2, actually these, back when on stream 2, I wasn't really taking notes per se, it was like post-stream notes. So we're going to continue. Okay, here we go. To do, parse IPv6 addresses. I think I actually did that and I didn't go back and mark it done. But let's go look. So that was in URI, right? So is there a test case for IPv6? IPv6, there is. Cool, so we don't have to do that one, that's done. Stream 5. Try making chat overly semi-transparent so it doesn't obscure too much. Which chat? Oh. Okay, well, we're using stream pair now, so that's not applicable anymore. Okay, stream 6. Didn't take any notes. Stream 7. Idea from Chronocron. Name the states in the large state machine parse authority. Did we do that? If not, maybe I make that something in GitHub. Okay, let me look. URI, right? Parse authority. Name the states. So I did name the states. I actually did that. Okay, so we did that. Moving on. This is going to be how the stream goes. If I get to something that's like an interesting thing, like fix some unit tests that are broken, I'll probably stop and do it. Someone should make reusable, peelable, clear, thin film laptop covers. That'd be so satisfying. I bet you someone is. That's a good entrepreneurial idea, and I'm sure someone, or more than one person, actually has a business that does that. It's just a matter of finding out who they are. Hey there, Red Sky One. And hello, Meme Clear Bombs. I don't know if I said hi to you. All right. A lot of these I didn't have zoomed in either. Try out low latency mode in Twitch. We're doing that. Trying out low opacity of chat overlay. Yeah, we're doing that, right? We're using stream parrot now. Notes from stream 9. Fix problem that query and fragment can be empty and still present in the URI. Did I do that? There should be a unit test for it, right? Empty fragment or something. Fragment empty but present, query empty but present, right? Yeah, so we already have tests for that, so that's done. Areas of possible refactoring. Make validation-free functions in their own module. I'm not sure what that means. See, this is the problem. I did this over a year ago, and I don't remember the context of this. Move URI character classes to their own module. I think I did that. Yeah, I have. character set as its own thing, right? Character classes. Is that in character set? No, what is character classes? It's a character class in URI. Did it talk about, is it these? Alpha, hex digit, unreserved? Why would I want to make them their own module? Move encode decode element to their own module. Encode element is actually really small. Decode element? No, but I guess we could. This could be its own module. It's a function. This is really early work that I did. It's its own function. Was I just thinking to make this file smaller? This file is kind of long. You know what I think I'm going to do for this one is take all of this and make it a GitHub issue if I don't already have one. So let me find the GitHub issues. GitHub. And this would be in URI, right? All right. So do I have any issues? No. Let's make one. New issue. Let's say refactoring. Or refactor. How are you supposed to write the subject line for GitHub issues? Is it a statement or is it imperative? I mean, not statement. Is it a complete sentence or is it not? And in what tense or tone are you supposed to use? I'm overthinking it. Let's say refactor URI module. Let's just say refactoring. I'll say these were originally stream notes, or notes from stream number 9. Copy these, paste them. Oh, I don't want an image. How do I paste without an image? I don't want an image. Damn it. No images. Do I have to do the trick where I have to paste it into VS Code first and then, yeah, I probably do. I'll take the opportunity to fix that one anyway. And then paste it here, right? Okay. And submit new issue. There, now it's being tracked. Sounds good to me. I don't want to do it right now. RFC 20, okay. Is this obsolete? 7230 mentions 5322. 5322. I mean, I don't know. Let's look. Obsoleted by 5322. Looks like it was. So where was I using 2822? Thinking of commits, use the imperative mood. Not commits, but it is GitHub issues. So when you make a new Git issue in GitHub, are you supposed to make it like a commit using imperative mood, or is it supposed to be something else? Or is there any standard? That's what I was musing about. I don't know. Okay, does anything... Nothing mentions that. Does anything mention 5322? Yes. Okay, so I'm already referring to the latest standard, so that node is done with. Look into Rust. Actually, I started looking into it yesterday. I want to make that a side project. Look into Rust. So I'm thinking about having a stream at some point where I learn Rust on the stream live, knowing nothing about it other than where to go using a Google search. That might be kind of fun. And then people could stop teasing me about do you know Rust? And instead I could say, look at stream number 342 where I learned Rust. No, Rust the programming language, not Rust the game. Although that might be interesting too if I made a gaming stream. Back here. Yeah, Rust. I should be more specific. Rust, the programming language. It might as well have a little link to it, right? There is another streamer. I guess I'll do a shout out. Actually, I have a command for it. Rust. Rust. Museum is always streaming random projects in Rust, and this is where I would start to learn. I would probably click that, and I don't want to read a book live on stream, but I could check it out by example. So we could we could just follow along and do the same thing that they do, and try to code something up in Rust, and then kind of make our own determination of whether it's worthwhile to use. You do it on stream, you think you've read that Twitch doesn't allow learning languages on stream. Why wouldn't they not allow it? I think they probably just don't allow you to use material that is not, that you're not licensed to rebroadcast. So I think that something like this is probably fine, but their course here, I don't know. Especially if I had to pay for it. I don't know. And like if there's a book, I'd have to look and see what the license is for the book. If it's like you can't republish it or something, then yeah, it might be problematic to do it live on stream. Okay, read The Road to 2 Million. Oh, I remember this. I wanted to make that a research. So topics to be researched. This one was like massive numbers, handling massive numbers of network connections simultaneously. And then there's that link. Back to log. Extra requirements gathered from reviewing RFC. Line length of 998 characters. So this is in context of URI, right? We probably already do that. 998. Yeah, here it is. How is that? It's here in the test. Would it be here as a like 999 or something? 1,000? 999? 997? Then how does this test work? It works by getting an error. Parsing. Oh, it's in miss. Okay, so there should be like an error. Line length limit. Wait a minute, why is it 0? Oh, I see. It's if it's greater than 0, then enforce a limit. So does that mean that the test itself sets the limit? Yes. And why do I have it sent here? Oh, it's in the RFC? I remember why. It's one of the RFCs. The internet message format talks about the limit, but I wanted to make this class reusable with other standards that don't have a line limit. So I just left that as a dependency. You have to call set line limit. Header name must be ASCII only. I don't remember that requirement. Do I have a test for it? Non-ASCII header. I don't think I do. Header folding we do. Yeah, we handled the folding, and body must not have a lone carriage return or line feed. Do I have like lone carriage return, CRLF, trailing CRLF? I don't actually think we have a test for that, so that's two different things I need to have a test for. So let me go into URI and make 2 more GitHub issues to track that. So closing that, and we're going to make a new issue, and we'll say to check to make sure header, what is it called? Header names? I can't. I wonder if my keyboard's starting to mess up, because sometimes I hit D or W and it doesn't work right. Check to make sure headers are ASCII. So, apparently it says it in 2.2 of the RFC, so I should probably have that open. Start there and click there, 2.2. Header fields must be composed of printable ASCII characters. I think it's just because the standard is old. This is 2008, and it's based off of an even older one, which was 2001, which is based off of an older one, which was from 1982. So they probably have it in here. Yeah. So back there, it had to be ASCII. So I guess that nowadays, doesn't have to be oh, I'm being subscribed to. A squared. 3 whole months. That's almost a year. I know. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it. I'm guessing nowadays that the field name must be printable, but the body can be other characters, right? Oh no, the field body may be composed of printable US characters as well as the space and horizontal tabs. Oh, that's inclusive, right? So that means it can't have non-ASCII in it. All right. I guess it persists. It has to be ASCII. So there must be some way to escape non-ASCII things in headers, and I probably should look that up to make sure I handle that correctly. So we're going back here, right? Make sure headers are all ASCII, and they're in the wrong project, right? I should be in message. This says URI, but I think it ended up getting moved to message headers. Yeah, so this is the wrong project. I need to go to message headers. There we go. Message headers. So I didn't update the README either. It still has the old one in there. Or is that... That's because it's not from Git, right? Like this actually says... Oh no, it's old. I need to update that. I could fix that right now. Because we talked about it being 5322 now, right? I thought I did a search for 2822. Okay. If I don't have that open, does it find it? Yeah. And it's obsoleted by 5322. So the code has the new link and the README has the old one. Okay, well, we'll fix that. We'll fix that right now. This is a library which implements RFC 5322. It's still called Internet Message Format, right? Yes. Okay. Okay, good. Good. Where am I? Back here. New issue. I had it in my clipboard, but now my clipboard is empty. There's a number in it instead. Was it make sure header names are ASCII? So this is a requirement of RFC 5322 section 2.2. Because I don't think the code actually does that enforcement right now. So let's actually see how it works. Parse raw message, right? Separate the header name from the field by just looking for a colon. It checks if something is invisible ASCII. What is that? Actually, that would work, right? Because if it was UTF-8 encoding and it was not ASCII, it would be greater than 126. So technically, this already works. So maybe I don't need it after all. But I don't think I had a test for that. Because I didn't see anything about ASCII in here. Right? There's one way I can check, right? Test-driven development, right? We can just remove the code and see if any tests fail. Let's do it. It's like opposite of how you normally do TDD. Message headers, all the tests pass, right? Well, what if I went into the code and messed with it? So I go into the code here, and go to where that 126 is. And what if I just did that? All right. Would that break it? If it doesn't, then we need a unit test. While that's building, let me, I don't need that. So how do I cancel? Just click that again. Test and development, yeah. So if that doesn't break a unit test, we'll make a unit test to that will enforce that requirement, because that, I figure I should do it because I talked about it in the stream note, and I should just do it. Should be accountable to my past self. Actually, while that's building, I don't want to keep waiting. Let me look for then the other thing. The other thing was body must not have a lone character return line feed. So does the code actually do that? Check. Where is the body? Body offset. I'm thinking that the message headers class doesn't care because the body is just whatever is after the end of the headers. It's complete win. If offset is non-zero after we escape this loop, and we escape it if we get to what is this? To the end of the raw message? That doesn't seem right. Oh, because of that. It's in this advance and unfold. Hey there, Piano Boxer. How are you doing? And Lazy Guru, I forgot to say hi to you. I didn't see your chat. It was probably hidden in there somewhere. Where did Lazy Guru say hi? Or did you? My chatbot says you said hi, but I don't see it. And A squared also. Hi. I'm looking for Lazy Guru's message. Oh, there's your hi. But where was your other message? You said, "Are you thinking of commits using it?" Oh, I remember that. But I didn't put two and two together to realize I didn't say hi. You just talked, yeah. You just pretended like you had already been talking, and you totally fooled me. The caffeine really isn't kicking in today. Do you really need caffeine? I've tried to get off of caffeine. It's so much nicer not to be dependent on it. You got a physical wave. Yeah, physical wave. And there you go. There's a second one. All right, advance and unfold. The primary thing that this does is unfold lines, right? Oh, what does this say? This function looks ahead in a raw internet message and looks for a line that begins with white space. It unfolds the line and the given header value, combining them. An indication of whether or not the advancing and unfolding were successful is returned. Okay, it's successful when it reaches the end here. Not successful if that happens. Oh, if it can't find a carriage return line feed. Anywhere. Right, if it can't find a carriage return line feed. Hey there, Almighty Games Dev. How are you doing? You were off for a while. It was really unpleasant, but gotten through the worst of it, and then roommate situation hit. Yeah, and you're in college, right? I think you have an excuse for using caffeine for a while. I'm doing okay. Hope you're doing well. I'm taking the day to go through past stream notes and catch up in my organization. So it's going to be a little bit of a different stream today. So I've gone on 280 streams collecting to-dos and really haven't done a good job at all in following up. So I'm trying to catch up with that right now. So every time I do a stream, like during the stream, people give me suggestions and I'll write. I've been lately marking them to do. It's something I actually need to do, right? So I've decided I need to go back and formally decide if they're still applicable, and if so, either put it in a GitHub issue, put it in my side projects or research lists, or actually just do the thing and move on. And then if I get to it, I'm going to go through my GitHub issues to see if there are any that I need to work to update. And then there's also the in-game issue system. I need to make sure it's in sync with GitHub and all that. That's what I'm doing today. You're porting some code to Linux and Mac. What's the story for single byte characters on these platforms? You read that Linux is UTF-8. Is that true? I think it's safe to assume most operating systems now work with UTF-8 because it's just so damn convenient, because it's basically extended ASCII. So if ASCII is the characters. I mean, this is not a purist, but like practically speaking, ASCII, we'll put it in quotes because it's not exactly ASCII. If ASCII is any characters in this range, then UTF-8 is those same characters, is a single one byte code point, and then UTF-8 has 80 through OXFF, and that's part of a multi-byte code point. So ASCII fits into UTF-8 like a glove, right? It anything that's ASCII is also UTF-8, and it's guaranteed to be single byte code points. And anything that is not within an ASCII range is always part of a multi-byte code point. So you can easily convert, like, you could strip out all non-ASCII characters from UTF-8 sequence and just get the ASCII just by ignoring any of these bytes. You'll always be left with just the ASCII bytes, as long as it was valid UTF-8 encoding. And vice versa, like I was saying, anything that's ASCII is immediately UTF-8 without any conversion necessary. So it's super convenient, and it's hard to find modern code that doesn't work this way. So I would be surprised if on Linux or Mac you ran into anything that didn't like work with both ASCII and UTF-8 these days. If it's older code that might not understand the multi-byte code points, you end up with just garbage in place of the extended character, the extended code points from Unicode. But still, all the ASCII stuff will work. You need to support more than ASCII codes? Yeah, so you'll need to support the multi-byte code points. And there's a really nice picture for that. And I probably have it way back when I wrote this. Way back in the day, I did that win. It was before the web server stuff, so it was probably around here. There we go. This is what you should read. Can I get that link, please? The absolute minimum every software developer absolutely, positively must know about Unicode and character sets, no excuses. There's a really cool chart in here. And for some strange reason, okay, yeah, I remember the cool chart being in here, but now I'm also remembering that it wasn't formatted very well, and so I found a better place where that chart was, right? What is it? Did I put it under references? Or names? Or maybe it's just under... Oh, I think I might know. It's a UTF-8 Wikipedia. There we go. Look at that. So like I was just saying, any of the code points between 0 and 7F are single byte. And it's really easy. Is the top bit 0? It's ASCII. Is the top bit 1? No, then it's part of one of these three kinds of sequences. And then it just comes down to you have to recognize, is it 2 byte, 3 byte, or 4 byte? The way you know how to figure that out? You look at the first 3 bits. Is it 110? Cool, 2 bytes. Is it 111? No. I mean, yes, then you look at the next bit. Is it 0? Okay, 3 byte sequence. Is it 1? So all the first 4 bits are 1, then it has to be a 4 byte sequence. This has to be a 0, and no buts about it. Anything that doesn't fit into these is illegal, according to UTF-8. So that's pretty cut and dry, I think. You just look at the most significant bit. It's always a 1. See? It's always a 1, unless it's in this row. And if it's in that row, it's easy because it's ASCII. So maybe that helps... not be intimidated. You shouldn't be intimidated by UTF-8 or Unicode, because I like to think of it, UTF-8 as a natural extension of this. If this is ASCII, we extended it by making use of that top bit in order to encode up to however many bits this is. What is this? 20 bits to cover every single symbol in the world. But this other one is tongue-in-cheek, right? It's a really good introduction about, like, you know, why it's a silly problem and it's easier than you think, and just get through it, and it's not a big deal. UTF8everywhere.org? How's that one? Let's see. Is it as cool as the other one? It looks cool. It's got background. Talking about different glyph sets. This is a little bit esoteric. When they start talking about UTF-16 and the LEBE, I think that's a little esoteric. But that's just me. I don't see the nifty chart comparing it to ASCII, though. But maybe they talk about it in the text. Okay. I mean, it looks cool. I wish it had more the charts like the Wikipedia article has. I think this is an excellent introduction to UTF-8. Made it glowy. Talking about identifying ASCII Unicode characters. Yes, exactly. That's what I've been doing. You lost your internet? No, I've just been talking about what's the difference between ASCII and Unicode and UTF-8 and how I like to think of UTF-8 as a natural extension to ASCII because it just makes use of the top bit to have a way to encode characters that take more than 7 bits which is ASCII in other words. Look at featured chat. I'm looking at featured chat. There's nothing on deck. Sorry. Did I miss it? I might have missed something that was on deck. My apologies. You put something there. What was it? Was it one of your original question? Or are we talking about the porting code to Linux and Mac? Yeah, so back to what Piano Boxer said. Yeah, you won't forget about UTF-8 if you either listen to me or you read one of those articles. So I think is this the one that you'd... Wait, why is this not working? Do I need to reload this thing? I think I need to reload my featured chat. I think it's busted. Close it. I'm doing this on my tablet. Hold on a sec. Then I gotta log in. And then I gotta go to my chat room. Was Mac single byte characters UTF-8? I think Mac supports UTF-8 multi-byte. Single byte UTF-8 means ASCII. You know, the only single byte UTF-8 sequences are the ASCII codes. I just want to, this is mostly a test to make sure this is still working. It's busted? It's working for me now, so I can do that. See that? That's what we were talking about before. Pretty sure that Mac is UTF-8, but I could be wrong. If you find out that I'm wrong, please let me know. Yeah, I had to reload the featured chat. That's what that thing on the left was. It's called featured.chat. It's an extension to Twitch that someone in the Live Coders team is working on. It's been commissioned by Twitch to be made. Kind of a nifty little add-on, so if I start talking about some topic that is prompted by a viewer, I can kind of feature the viewer's chat on the left there to explain what we're talking about. Also, that's another thing I might do today. I wanted to work on my overlay to add like a blurb of text, maybe in the center down there, that says like what I'm currently doing, and then maybe I would update that every time I switch gears. So right now it would say something like organizing notes from previous streams, so that it would be, you wouldn't even have to type the today command a lot of the time. It would just be, you look at the stream and it says, oh, he's organizing his notes today, or oh, he's working on his game scripts, or oh, he's measuring performance, or whatever. So I wanted to do that too. Did I just do that now? Is there anything hidden here? I mean, secret. I don't think there's anything secret here. Text above my head? Well, there's already text above my head. I was thinking about like, I guess I could put it, there's not a whole lot of space here. Not a whole lot of space there. Compress the overlay and put it even, maybe push that overlay up more. I guess I could do that. If I unlocked it, can I move it now? I guess I can. Whoa, there it goes. It's moving up. Yeah, not great. I don't know. Maybe there's enough room now. What do you think? Put it above my head? And then let me add something. I want to make it just text for now. And what am I going to call it? Current task. And I want it to read from a file. Let me make a file. Let's say organizing. Actually, we're saying updating my stream overlays. And I'm going to save that. Let's just put it in the current project for now. I'll move it around. I'll move it later. Current dash task. Save, right? And then on OBS here, I'm browsing for it. Projects. Current task. Okay. I don't know where it's going to put that. Oh, we put it up on the top there. Let's move it over to here. See that? And then, whoa. How does this work? Oh, I see. I have to probably go into the settings for it. Wait, what is this? Here's the problem. Windows single byte characters is not UTF-8. Right, it's they call them code pages. So you have to do a code conversion. So you have to convert to from wide characters and calling. Yeah, exactly. You don't have under. Well, you'd have to find a library that can convert between the Windows code page and something like UTF-8, or well, actually, I guess you don't have a choice. You're saying it's not to UTF-8 because I thought you could put Windows into UTF-8 code page, but I could be wrong. But yeah, so there's going to be a code conversion. So the hard part would be understanding the Windows code page, whatever you have picked, and then decoding that into code points. Once you get into code points, going to UTF-8 is, I think, is pretty easy. Windows has functions for conversion, so no problem. Yeah, I don't know what those functions are, but I guess that'd be the solution, is to find the functions that do the conversion between whatever Windows code page you have set and then UTF-8. Once you find those functions, you'll probably be set, but I don't know what those functions are, actually. How do I set this to be multi-line or something? Do I just have to make sure it fits? Do I have to, like, say that, and then I can make it bigger? So if I limit myself to, how many characters is that? 16 characters wide, then it'll kind of fit. And so then I'll put something above it. Current task. And then, okay, I guess I can make it, we'll make it this size. Hold on. If I want it to be that, how do I make this work? I'm not so good with OBS. Because if I add some dashes there, what if I do it at the top thing here? And then actually it makes it stand out more. And then that'll help me size it horizontally. Yeah, there we go. I like that. And then do that. And then do that. Perfect. Cool. Wide char to multi-byte. That might be what you're looking for. Wide char to multi-byte. We just don't know what is multi-byte, right? So wide char obviously is UTF-16, so that helps. So if you know it's UTF-16 and you wanted to get to UTF-8, that's not so hard. You just hold this. This is the table for UTF-8, and then side by side you just put the UTF-16 table. I think it's similar. Yeah, they probably have a similar table for UTF-16. That's an example. Do they have like a nice lookup table? Not really. Is this it over here? Hold on. Maybe? I guess that's how you do it, right? For anything up to 16 bits, it goes into 2 bytes as is with some marker in front. And if it's in this range, you have to use 2... Yeah, they call them surrogates, W1 and W2. So it becomes 2 words instead of 1 word. And then they're related by this equation. So you'd have to decode from... You have to figure out if it's a 16-bit code point or not. I guess based off of if it's a surrogate or not. And then you get the code point, and then you take the code point and plug it back into this thing to figure out, is it a 1, 2, 3, 4 byte sequence. So you could probably write this function yourself. But it looks like Microsoft already did it. The question I have is multi-byte mean UTF-8 or not? For most consistent results, applications should use Unicode, such as UTF-8 or 16, instead of a code page. So how do you set the code page? Code page. Well, there you go. Code page UTF-8. So it sounds like you want to do wide character multi-byte with code page UTF-8, and then you'd be set. But I don't know for sure. I guess give it a try. Let me catch up with chat. You guys have probably all figured this out, and I haven't. I have yet to catch up to it. Alt codes are pretty cool. Need a fancy graphic. It looks good. Okay, you're talking about my my overlay, right? Problem is not Windows. You already have a solution working. Probably not explaining your question clear enough. Oh, you're saying you're on the Mac and you're trying to port it to the Mac. Yeah. I guess we'd either be... Okay. If you're taking existing code and text that's in Windows and needing to work on a Mac, I'm guessing because Windows is talking... If it's wide character, it's UTF-16, then the solution would be just convert it from UTF-16 to 8. And probably you could do it yourself just by decoding it and then encoding it again, and then you'd be set. And that's what people were saying. This function would do it if you were on Windows, but it sounds like you're not on Windows, so that's not an option. Copy paste code for the win. Anyway, sorry I can't. I'm sorry I'm not helping very much. Anyway, current task is updating my stream overlays. Yes, that is what I'm currently doing. Do we want to be fancy about this instead of a different font, or just leave it the way it is? I just leave it the way it is, right? There we go. Current task. And then now I have the, whenever I want to, I can go to this file and change it. So reviewing old stream notes. And TODOs. Then that should just update immediately in my overlay. Nice. Okay. We're going to keep that going. That we're done with. That's kind of a nice table. Maybe I keep it around for a while, or maybe I just chuck it. I keep it around for a while. Close all this other stuff. Okay, back to the stream notes. I was on 11, right? No. Where was I? Hold on, where was I? I wasn't on 11. Okay, I did 8. I think I was on 9. You're right. Header name must be ASCII only. Make sure that that's actually done. I don't know about this one. So perhaps, right. The question is, should this check be something message headers does or not? I don't know, because I think message headers really doesn't care about the body. It goes, right, it's calling this advance and unfold, right? And it goes until that says we're done. Well, we get a body offset. And this repeats until we're done with the message, right? Hold on, let me look at this advanced and unfold. This might be a badly named function. Find where the next line begins. Okay, find the line. What's line terminator? Position of the end of the current line. So, what is that initialized to? Offset. So it goes to the, it finds one line, right? Yeah, current task. Isn't that cool? I thought that might help. I pushed chat up a little bit. How are you doing, Toulouse? It's a work in progress, though. It's not perfect. But I thought I'd have something. Oh, and hello, Raz818. Oh, you're saying for alt codes, Raz818, does it need to be numpad? Yeah. Unless you use the built-in thing in Windows now. You can do Windows dot or colon, and you get one of these. Ooh, crab. It's a crab rave. There we go. You know why it's there? Because I was in Toulouse's channel typing that. All right. We're finding the end of the current line. This makes sure we don't exceed the line limit. But otherwise, we're going to break out. This is assuming we find the end of a line. Finding the end of a line. Bail if the line is longer, fine. Stop if an empty line is reached. This is where the headers end in the body, which we don't parse but leave up to the user to handle. And I think that's key. So this note that I had here about the body must not have a lone character turn or line feed, I don't think that's the job of this message headers class, but what would be? I guess if I ever wrote something that dealt with an email. I think I'm going to pass on this one. This technically isn't our job if we're just doing the message headers alone. Okay. Better emotes. I think I ended up enabling all this stuff, right? How would I test that? Well, I'm using a different overlay now, so it's up to Chris if he supports it or not, right? I guess I would check to see if it shows if these emotes all show up for me. They do, right? Monka S shows up. That's a BTT. What's a Frankerface emote? I don't know the difference. Someone tell me what's a Frankerface emote. Then make sure it's on. Pog. The Pog doesn't show up. Is there something I need to enable? And do I do this off stream? The Pog is not enabled. Let me see. My channel. No emotes found. Do I have to actually add them manually? Oh, I can have actually delegate people to manage the emotes for me? Interesting. Yeah, but how do I choose the emotes? Oh, under emotes. That's to submit new emotes. How do I add an emote? Neither are showing. Yeah, it's not enabled. Do I have to actually submit something? Oh, I can search. Okay, let's get Pog working at least. Pog is not showing up. Okay, why is this not working? I guess I'll figure this out later. How would I put this in? Research. Figure out Frankerface. Figure out FFZ emotes on my channel. There we go. I'll figure out later. I don't want to get too bogged down in something like that. Next. Stream 10. No notes. Moving on. Stream 11 must read for UTF-8. Check out later. We did check out the GitHub for desktop. I checked that out. I didn't like it. Need to find comprehensive UT8 decoder. Okay, we found it. Okay, moving on. Check out. Okay, these are other people's streams, right? Nibblezio, Cyanox, right. I want to do a show and tell of a tool I made. I still want to do that. Let's make that a side project. Overall list. Show and tell. The data disintegrator. It's a cool little project I made before I was streaming. That will come in useful later if I ever do, what do they call them? Proto buffs or binary messages. Just add to channel on the page. I couldn't find it. I'll look at that later, Toulouse. Thank you. Give you a point for that. Remember to add strategy pattern to the pattern list. Do I have it in the pattern list? Names, design patterns, strategy? Yeah, it's there. So I did that. Okay. Oh, yeah. So I forgot on 12, so 13 we actually did it. Need to think about how to test all of those ones. Yes, so I don't think I actually have tests for those. Let me make that a GitHub issue. Why do I have so many of these windows open? Oh, I was looking at GDPR stuff earlier, that's why. Okay. So we're going to go to system abstractions. And I'm going to add an issue. Oh, I already have an issue. Oh, all right, I knew that was broken. So need unit tests for various file methods. And what I just learned earlier, I can't just copy paste from here, from one node into GitHub because it makes it an image. I gotta go make a text buffer and then fix this stuff. Then copy it and paste it into GitHub. So, need to think about it. So, these methods don't have unit tests. And they are probably non-trivial to test. There we go. Yeah, I tried Shift Control V and it still wanted to make an image. I don't know, something with Firefox maybe? I don't know. Should try with Chrome, I guess. Done with that buffer. Consider what iFile clone really means and do we expect different behavior for file versus string file. For file, clone merely gives you a second independent handle. For a string file, clone is currently giving a completely different buffer, should it? That's a good thing to consider. Let me make that another, hold on. New issue. So, what is the issue here? Inconsistent semantics for clone. And then, okay, we'll try this again. So Control Shift V doesn't work at all. It doesn't do an image, it just doesn't do anything at all. So I gotta do a new file, paste. And then fix up the formatting. And then go back and paste. All right, done. Consider rename iFile create since it only creates if the file doesn't already exist. Is that true? iFile. Done with that. It's in system abstractions. I can just go to where it's declared by control clicking it. There we go. So there's a create. Actually, there is no create. There is no iFile create. Did I already rename it? Oh, because this is an abstract interface, so this is actually a mistyped. It should be file create. And that is here. Opens a file for reading and writing, creating if it does not exist. Yeah, the name is sort of misleading. I was thinking it should be like, well, the full name would be like open for reading and writing. Also, by the way, please create it if it does not exist. Now, how do I make it shorter? Open, read, write. Create if it does not exist would be what? I don't know. Create and open. Yeah, but what if it doesn't? What if it doesn't actually create it though? I wanted to reflect that it doesn't always. Because some people will think of create as it's truncating, but this doesn't truncate. This just opens it if it already exists. Only if it doesn't open. Only if it doesn't exist will it create it. So open, create and open is kind of weird. You just call it open, read, write with a comment that says it creates if it does not exist. So then this would maybe be open, read only or something like that. Open, read, write, open, read only. And open, read only, obviously you don't want to create it because if you're not going to write it, then why would you open it if it didn't exist, right? Yeah, maybe we'll go with that. So how onerous would it be to just globally rename that? I'd have to search for everywhere this symbol is used, right? Hold on, this got changed? Oh, crab rave. Crab rave is what changed. Okay, open. These are all file opens, right? They're all files. It might be just, okay, these open, so it can't be, so I want to ignore, I want to exclude MD files. Crab rave. Okay, this is a problem because WebSocket has an open method. I don't want to rename WebSocket stuff. Open read only, right? I suppose I'll just X anything that doesn't get converted. Yeah, I don't actually need to exclude MD files. I can just X them, right? Okay, and this is the network connection open, so that's also... That's not my file, so we don't want to change the font font license. Not this network connection stuff. File, yes. Clicking X will affect the... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's pretty cool. You can just say, I don't want to include that in the search replace, and then it won't do it, even when you hit replace all. So it's like selectively saying, not that one. And which one is this? That is a zip file. I forget, though, about that one. Can I go to that one? I don't think this one is the same interface. Go to declaration. Yeah, that's its own thing. So we're going to X that one. And that one, and that one. Not that one. Not the MD. Not the JavaScript. Not the zip file. That's a file, though, right? Yes. File, file, file. Yeah, I have to be careful not to hit enter up here, otherwise it'll bring back everything I X'd out. So I do have to be careful about that. X these ones. File, WebSocket. WebSocket, right? File. $105 renames. It's kind of scary. That is a network connection. Which one is this? That's actually the interface, so we want that one. This one I should... Whoa, I forgot to mute my phone. Just got a text. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me reply to the text. All right. Yeah, I need to update this to say this method is... This is just poorly worded. I should just say what it does and say this returns it to the state it was in before open for open read only or open read write was called. Guess we'll keep the replace for that one though, and not this or that or that or that. Cool, not network connection, but we want file, not network endpoint. None of these. What's this? Thank you for that follow. Let's see. What was this used for? Oh, yeah, okay, never mind. I know what it's for. Not that one. I'm going to mess something up, I'm sure. Not the WebSocket stuff. Probably all these are off the table too, right? They're all WebSockets. Okay, so X that one. Okay, so now, not that one, right? So these should all be files and not WebSockets or network connections. I'm just going to do it and pray. 41 occurrences. All right, so it just did it. Now we're just going to build. Make sure nothing broke. And stuff broke. Go to where that's declared. Yeah, that one got changed by accident. Fixed. Another one? Right, this one should have been changed. Everything's linking now, so that's good. Okay, while that's linking, let me think about the next thing. GG! What a great emote that is. Okay, what do I do while I'm waiting for the damn thing to link? I guess I can look into the other search. It would be create, right? Would be open read write. So not the manifest or MD files. Not this comment. Not that. Files only, not MD files. Actually, a lot more straightforward. All the ones I'm Xing out are the ones where I say the word create in a sentence in a comment. So all of this. It actually looks good to me. You haven't seen me around his stream? Oh, I'm a subscriber to Failed to Survive. It's a different kind of stream from mine, obviously. It's not coding, it's Minecraft. I like to go there to hang out. I think it's very fun to just chill there. Of course Toulouse isn't in that channel, and there's a reason why. Should I let Toulouse say why? Yes, it's Toulouse's alter ego. Did you not know that, A squared? Toulouse is Failed to Survive. Yep. You didn't know that? Now you do. Which is something I might end up doing because I think it doesn't really work out to have one stream where you establish yourself either as a gaming or a coding stream and then flip to the other. I think it's actually a better idea to have two accounts, one for gaming, one for coding. Yeah, that explains why you never see both of the same time. Yeah, exactly. Although now he's going to log in with his other window and he's going to mess with you, I'm sure. Okay, does this look good? Probably. Let's just go with it. And build. Okay, I think we're good. Actually, I should wait until I see link messages. It gets a little sensitive that I'm changing files that are only built for Linux. Yeah, I wonder how many other people don't really know that you're the same person. Yeah, who would do that? Yeah, exactly. Hey there, Failed to Survive. Fancy seeing you here. Oh, I also forgot to say hi to Atomic Nibble. Hi. You were unlurked by typing in the wrong window, by the way. Okay. Next to-do item. So we did that. I should probably just check that into Git, right? Oh, I don't even have a Git window open. Super secrets. Okay. I bet this ended up hitting a lot of repositories. Let's see how many it actually touched. Quite a few. Yep. Okay, so AWS. We're going to have the same check-in message for all these. And this is going to be rename methods of system abstractions file. And then, so open became open read only. Create became open read write. Make sure that it looks good. Just glancing. Looks good. Commit that. Push that. We're going to go Iron Glove backend in a second. I'm also going to want to go back to the Excalibur project and update that too. Yep, that's easy. And the next one would be message headers, right? Yep. Message headers. Okay, this is a different one. And I forgot about that one. We, did I check to make sure that that actually made a test fail? It didn't. I don't have a test for that. Wait. I don't have a test for it. I need to go back and fix that. Okay, that's... We'll get to that in a second. What was another one? Moon clock. Just while it's still in my clipboard, make these commits. Moon unit. How are they supposed to fix Stack Overflow without Stack Overflow? I don't know. Oh, is it just broken right now? Oh my goodness, panic! How are we supposed to do our work? How many people do you think have jobs where they don't actually know how to do their job? They just know how to look things up in Stack Overflow and copy stuff from Stack Overflow into their own code. Is it like a good day for managers around the world to go like quiz their employees, like to figure out if they actually are just Stack Overflow drones or what? I don't think you'd be able to get away with that for long, actually. System abstractions. Wonder why that window was over there. Okay, here's the main change, right? Now, I said I was going to update that. Let me do that now. That's in... Oh, no, I don't want that one. This is a network endpoint, so let's get rid of that one. Cool. So the tests. Okay, so we're good. Commit. You'd be surprised how many people depend on Stack Overflow. You wouldn't be able to. Also find yourself using it quite lightly. I mean, it's really effective for if you run into a problem and you just want a quick hint about what you should be looking at. Like sometimes I don't even really look at the details of the answers. I just look to see what people's responses were to a problem. And I'm like, oh, okay. I just look up whatever they were talking about, and then I learn what I need to do. Iron Glove has changes? How did that happen? Oh, is it just telling me I'm on phaser and it doesn't know if it actually changed or not? Right, there's no modifications. All right, got it. Okay. So, there should have been changes here. Yeah, lots of them. Lots and lots. Every time I open or create a file. It makes sense that Raft would not be affected because Raft is separated from the file system. Only the stuff directly associated with the file system would have been affected. Sometimes, especially for obscure Git issues and things, yeah, it just points you in the right direction. Yeah, that's what I use it for a lot of the time. Let's go to Excalibur, pull everything here. And I'll probably want to switch over to that project, so let me get a new window up. Excalibur. I should update Bouncer too. If I update that one, I can update and build it. Even I'm running a copy made with the release build. I can just do the debug build for now. I should be running Bouncer in a separate staging folder, but I'm not. All right, so we're looking for open and replacing it with open read only. Actually, I should wait until this pulls them all, right? Wait a minute. Why didn't this one get updated? Oh, it should be whole word. There we go. That needs to be changed, yes. Not MD files, not changes. Let's exclude Google test. Actually, I'll just exclude MD files for now. Not this one, not that one. Okay, I need to get my exclusions done first. Libra, SSL. What other exclusions do I want? zlib. What else? I forgot I made a zlib play. Huh, interesting. That looks good. Okay, so not that one. Not. Yes, yes, yes. All of these, yes. Not that one. Hold on, not that one either. None of these. What about this one? Oh, no, not that one. No. Not that line, but that one. Not this one. WebSocket, no. Yes, those two, and not, what is this? Oh, it's actually in the HTML? Ah, okay, no. Looks good to me. Do it. So create becomes open read write. Nope, 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 nope. None of that. And okay, it's just a few places. Okay, cool. Do it. Oops. Hit enter in the wrong place. Okay, do it again. Again. Nope, nope. And then hit that button. Done. Okay, now we can build. Oh, see, it's so important to Civilization A Squared that they got it working again. Can you actually use the Wayback Machine with Stack Overflow? Press all the things. No, not all the things. you'll hit the you'll hit the go back 10 minutes in time button and we'll be in a loop. Stuck in a causality loop. Okay, so this will end up being in here, right? One or more repositories here. Okay, so lurker. This did build, right? Yeah, okay. It built. Mathbot. Remember old Mathbot? Little test of our Twitch interface. Commit that. Git push that. Rover, which was our test for making a web client. Because he fetched things. Rover. Oh, my dog. And then, what was the other one? Web server. Our little test web server. Post that one. And then the main directory. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't commit that one. Commit. And this I gotta address at some point too. It's some of the prototype JavaScript apps I made have security problems in them. Haven't been worried about it too much because I'm not really using them. What happened here? Did I not hit? I didn't hit commit. That's what happened. Uh-oh. Did my game crash again? Looks like it did. Oh yeah, look at that. It's like not connected right now. I'm waiting for something to move. There it goes. Okay, the camera got messed up. That's another problem I've seen. From the GM point of view, the camera gets messed up if the cluster leadership changes. I think the servers are actually running out of memory again. I've seen this before. Okay, I should probably take care of that. As it starts to consume CPU, I don't like it. So screen R. Yeah, so let's Control C the whole thing. And then fix the version tree here. One 1.28.0 is what version we were on. And then restart everything. It's been long enough to release all the ports, right? Let's try it again. Can't show this on stream because it's a production server. Successfully installed and running. Probably time for me to up the instance that I run this on AWS to the next higher tier to get more memory. Yep. Oh, they got their internal ports. Did they get their external ports? Yes. Okay, good. Good. Back up and running. And should connect to Twitch any moment now. There it goes. Cool. Yeah, I have to restart the cluster every once in a while because it's like I either have a memory leak or just memory gets fragmented and it's running up against the memory limit. That's expensive. Right now, it's costing me about $10 a month to run this, which it's fine because I get like roughly $50 a month from Twitch subs, so technically I wouldn't mind paying 5 times as much because just Twitch subs alone covers that. So I'm going to be adding more complexity to the game anyway, might as well start to scale it up, right? The other thing I could do scaling up wise is I could have each of these servers on a different instance. And then instead of having to restart the entire cluster, I'd mainly be just shutting down one server at a time instead of all of them. Okay, that list is not accurate until I reload, right? Now it's accurate. Okay. Cool. You start saving by prepaying a reserve? No, I haven't looked into that yet. That's probably on the to-do list that we'll get to. That's probably going to be a research thing because I need to research how does one prepay, and then I'll have like more in details as I learn them. Okay, that was done for Excalibur, but I needed to go up to and do the same thing with Bouncer. Bouncer is the stream helper tool that I made that integrates with Twitch and does a few things for me, including letting me know if someone has been chatting who I didn't say hi to. So it's going to need similar updates. Bouncer. And this is completely open source, by the way. The entire thing, just like Excalibur, it's all open source. So let's do the same kind of thing. I want to replace open with open read, open read only. So not the network transport stuff. It's just one thing. Do it. And then create becomes open read write. And we have only one instance of it. That's easy. Easy peasy. So make sure that builds again, but we'll probably just check that in. Don't need to sign it off. And that's not what I wanted to copy paste. I missed. Okay, let's go back and get system abstractions, right? Let me copy the check-in comment from that. Amend, and then copy, exit, go back up one, and paste. And commit, and go. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Yeah, that $10,000. I'll pay him off at some point. Hey there, Secret Player. How are you doing? You guys should check out Secret Player's channel. He is doing a lot of learning with React and other web dev stuff recently. And I have a fun time hanging out there, brushing up on my React skills and trying to help out. Yeah, today I'm going through organization stuff. So I've streamed 281 streams. Well, 280 if you don't include today. And over the last year and a half, I make a lot of notes about stuff that people tell me about and what I should be doing and bugs that I have. And I'm not very good at going back and actually doing them. So I figured, what better way to motivate me to actually do it than to do it live on stream? So I'm all the way back on stream. Where was I? I lost my place already. I think I was on 15 or 14. Yeah, 14. Considering renaming file crate since it only creates if the file didn't exist. So we went and just did that. So just remembering we were on 14. Today's plan was to go through all my stream nodes, determine what's still applicable, and then either put a note in GitHub, mark it as done and just do it, or add a note on my side projects or research list to do it so that it gets things out of my stream notes so I don't lose them. So that's what I'm doing today. If you end up making more to-dos than attending to old ones, we'll hold you accountable. Yes, you will. I'm sure you will. And I'm already 14 streams covered, right? Now we're on 15. Plan some refactoring of network. Oh, I really need to do that. So what I'm going to do is take that and I'm going to promote that to a GitHub issue. So we're going to go to, it's in system abstractions, right? Yeah. So new issue, refactor, network endpoint. Well, it's really network endpoint. When open and preprocessor methods. Some new issue. Done. Now it's an issue. Network endpoint tests have some Windows-specific code that probably needs some POSIX alternative alongside it. Also, I need to run all the tests on Linux to confirm nothing is... I think I've done that recently. But let's make this a GitHub issue. In the AWS EC2 console, there is a section called Reserved Limit Instances. Cool. I remember seeing that, actually. Yeah, I'd have to look and see what the price was. Hey there, Manez. How are you doing? Let me give you a point, Piano Boxer, and I'll take that and, right now, we're going to add, this is a dangerous precedent, adding another note to here, because I'm going to have to go and look at it in a second. Actually, rather than just putting it here, let me... put this in, this is going to be a research thing, right? The research thing would be learn how to reserve compute time on AWS EC2. And then I'm going to take that and actually make the page. And I'm going to take your note and put it directly in there. And then I don't have to worry about it getting lost. So it'll be straight into the research. So this is input from viewers. You gonna make some GitHub issue about it? You can still do that, A squared. That's fine. That face when you go to 6th grade and you have no idea what you guys are talking about. You'll look back at this years from now, Manez, and you'll be like, oh, they were just talking about random computer stuff that doesn't make sense at the time, but even if it did make sense at the time, it would have been, oh, it's okay. It's not that big a deal. Don't remember what the issue was. That's my problem. I forget to file an issue, and then later I'm like, oh, there was a bug. What was the bug? I can't remember what it was. Okay. This... Oh, it didn't build? What did I do wrong? Oh, right. I can't build it because it has C# in it. That's okay. I'm not going to bother trying to build it. Let's just close that. All right. Log... I want to get some coding in here. Let me find some to do that talks about coding. Oh, I was going to make this into GitHub. Yeah, let me do that before I forget. New issue. No, I don't want an image. What's this? Adam is rating me with 105 viewers. Oh no! You're... Ah! Numbered milk raid! Welcome, Adam and Adam's viewers. Adam, welcome back to the world of streaming. I hope everybody had a good day today so far, and Adam, hope you had a good stream. You caught me in an organization stream, so I can actually go switch to some coding if you guys want to see coding, but I have been making poor decisions over the last year in how I track my notes. So when I stream my game development and other stuff, I end up writing in the notes section of every today's page things I get back from viewers, and also if there are things I'm like, I need to fix a broken unit test, and I'm really bad at going back and actually doing that. So I told myself today I'm going to start forcing myself to do that by having a special stream where I go back through the notes and to-dos and decide. Basically, I'm triaging all of the notes from my stream and either making GitHub issues out of them, just doing the work and marking it complete, or putting it under two different tabs in my notebook. One is research, where I have to look up more stuff. The other one is side projects, where I'm getting a list of like things I could do on stream that are kind of off to the side that may or may not help, but might be interesting. So like one of them is people keep nagging me and teasing me to look into the Rust programming language, and also I have another project that might be interesting to show on stream called the Data Disintegrator that I wanted to show off at one point. Try Control-Shift-V. It didn't work in Firefox. I tried it. It didn't work. So for those of you that have no idea what I'm doing and why this isn't Botland, let me give you a couple links. So there's the game that I'm working on. And check out my notebook. My notebook covers everything I've done, all my notes and all that stuff. It's inspired by Adam and his note-taking. And my game looks like this. It's inspired by the old games like Ultima 4, Ultima 5. And it's on a custom game engine. It's multiplayer online. So you can actually log into this now and play it, but there's not much game content. There are some aggressive enemy NPCs, and there are some friendly NPCs like George, and working on the engine still. So it's mostly written in C++, but the game logic right now is in Lua, and I just made some tools recently to help improve the development of those Lua scripts. And soon I'm going to be resuming work on that. So for example, let me log into my own game. This is the perfect time to stream snipe if you wanted to. Log in Twitch. You can log in with Twitch. And looks like I died. And I should respawn. Okay, there we go. So here I am in the game. So the whole point of George the NPC, because, oh, there I'm being stream sniped. You can talk to George and you can say, I want some help. Lead me out of the dungeon. And then he'll lead you out of the dungeon. He's got one bug where he will get kind of stuck trying to chase monsters he can't reach. So right now my solution is I pick up those monsters and I move them. There we go. And George will go fight these monsters for you. And there he's off. They're fighting it, but he should return back to the path here and lead us out of the dungeon. George, lead us out. There we go. So he uses A-star pathfinding to figure out which way to go. And right now he's following a path he computed to lead us out to the stairway. So I'm just going to follow him. And if I stop following him, he'll actually tell me, please follow me. And if I wait too long, he gives up on me. But there, he led us to the stairs, and here I'm out of the dungeon. Whew! Back to the above overworld, right? But let's go back into the dungeon for now. He now paths all the way back to his starting position, and if he runs into a monster on the way, he will destroy them. Like that. And he'll even leave the loot for you guys to pick up if you want. So, there's some pathfinding, there's some combat in the game, there's some dialogue, not a whole lot. And there's also stream sniping. Hello, people. Oh, you found the secret passage. Yes, there's a secret passage there. It leads to some test areas we have here. So you can see there's custom lighting. It's not perfect yet, but the idea is that like illuminated passages, you should be able to see down them. Illuminated areas you should see, but dark areas you shouldn't see very far. There's some tantalizing non-treasure there. It's not real. That you can kind of peek at. I had set at this area, so we were testing some of the scripts here with NPCs and monsters so that players couldn't interfere. Right, Adam? Slimy, never forget. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of game content yet. Still working on the engine, so you might see me working on the scripts that drive the NPCs in the game, or on the underlying game engine, or maybe even the front end of the game. Front end is in JavaScript, so we're using React for the layout and the text and user interface and graphics. The window here that shows the world view is a special JavaScript library called Phaser. It's similar to Pixie, if you've heard of that, like what Adam uses in Botland. And it also handles sound, which is one of the reasons I picked it. But otherwise, it's pretty comparable to Pixie. The graphics are going to remain pretty simple, because that is the level of art I can achieve. until I actually hire an artist. And the only reason I would do that would be if the game gets really popular and a lot of people are playing it and they all scream about better graphics, please, and then I'd probably hire an artist and stuff like that. Adam, you don't know what I'm talking about? Of course you do. I missed a lot of chat. If I need to respond to something, please tag me in chat. Otherwise, I'll probably not be able to hit everything. Thank you for everyone who's been using the commands to explain the libraries and stuff that I'm using. Engine can do some work. Yeah. I should probably talk about how the backend is custom C++ stuff. You're feigning ignorance poorly. I see. So, yeah, couple things I did recently that I was really happy about. I made a plugin for Visual Studio Code's, well, not a plugin for Visual Studio Codes. The plugins that I use for Visual Studio to find unit tests include Test Explorer UI and Catch2 and Google Test Explorer. The way these work, Google Test Explorer will find programs called runners in your workspace that actually run unit tests that are using the Google Test framework. And they take those tests and they publish them to this Test Explorer UI, which is really just a combination of a panel here that shows all your tests and success failure flags, and also have little convenient things to go to where a test code is. You can even set a breakpoint and say, I want to debug that test, like that. And then boom, you're debugging the test, right? It's really, really convenient. So I'm like, this is really nice to have for C++. I don't have anything for Lua to do test-driven development. Wait a minute. We can make a program that fools these plugins into thinking it's Google Test, but it's not. So I called that Moon Unit, because Lua is Portuguese for moon, and we're doing unit testing. Get it? So there is a program I made called Moon Unit. It basically embeds the Lua interpreter. It does what you would expect in that when you run it, it finds all your Lua scripts, and if there are any Lua scripts that have registered tests, kind of like the way Google Test, you register tests that way, it will add them to this list. So that's what this shows up here. Test discovered by Moon Unit. So I can go to, here's the unit test for the attack script. It looks kind of like a Google Test entry where we have something which registers a test, and this will get run when you click this button. And the way it gets run is it runs Moon Unit, and Moon Unit says, okay, I need to load up the Lua interpreter and then pull in this function and run it. And then during its run, there are embedded expectation checks, kind of like what you have in Google Test stuff, like I was showing down here, for example, there. Like these assert equal, expect true, expect false. So I have equivalents in the Lua stuff. So it's Moon Unit expect equal, Moon Unit expect true and false, that kind of thing. And they all operate the same way, and expect is checking to see if an actual value and an expected value are what they should be. You know, they match or they don't match, or it's true or it's false or whatever. And if it doesn't match, it shows up in the test results. So if everything matches, you just get a simple, okay, Adam pass, right? If something were to fail, like if I put an X there and ran it again, oh no, expected NPC X, actual is NPC. And it actually gives you a nice trace back to show you where the expectation was, and if we got here by calling another function to get here, it'll tell you who our caller was. It's very convenient. So that's one thing I did recently, and I'm going to be using that as I develop the game scripts. So everything that happens in my game's logic will have a unit test. So this attack script is what's run when a player attacks a monster. When a monster attacks a player, that is NPC attack, and that's this script. There is some overlap between them. I need to do refactoring because the way characters attack each other, it's quite similar depending on if you're an NPC or if you're a player. It's pretty much the same, only a few things are different. Like when a character dies, if they're a player, they get this dialogue to ask, well, what do you want to do now? You want to respawn? Do you just want to wait to get resurrected? That kind of thing. And if it's an NPC that dies, instead, they obviously don't get a dialogue because they're not a player. Instead, they will drop loot. Their entity will be removed from the game, that kind of thing. So there's slight differences, and these tests have to check for all that. So the test for, I think, attack or combat, one of these checks to make sure that loot was dropped. Right, so there's an expectation that loot was the loot function was called when the third attack hits and kills. So all these tests have the same kind of format. You have like a whole bunch of setup to arrange the conditions, and then you have the actual things you're testing. So like 3 different attacks with different conditions, and then you check to make sure what you expected happened actually. So the first attack should miss, the second attack should hit and not kill, third attack should kill, and you get loot dropped, and then monster is destroyed. So yeah, I'll be doing this more in the future. An AWS T2 macro convertible instance is $188. So that's more than I can afford right now. My budget right now is about $50 a month for running the game right now. All right, let me catch up on some other things. Is this in C++ with Lua scripting? Yes, it is. So this script, well, this is the test for the script. The script actually resides in this folder. The way I have it set up, these scripts each are loaded into my game's backend as a script object. And then every game tick, all scripts that are marked as game systems so that they go into this system functions folder, they get called with any kind of event that's generated in the game. So it could be an update, it could be that the server just started, or it could be any kind of event. And certain events will cause certain game systems to trigger. So a normal update event for the NPC AI, for example, is going to have all NPCs act. So there's a separate script depending on if the NPC is friendly or not. So if they're a special guide NPC, it's got its special script. But if they're a monster, they'll try to attack players, that kind of thing. And the way it hooks into the framework of the game, the C++ engine, so to speak, is every time you see a function called that has game in front, like game with components of type, or game with entity component of type, or what's another example? Like drop loot, right? We'll call create entity, and create entity goes to game feedback. So these actually are C++ functions that are hooked into the Lua interpreter using, I can actually show you this. I will show you exactly what it is. Using Lua push C function and put into a table, and the table is named game. So that when something in Lua calls that, I actually just was there, right? Something calls game feedback from Lua, it actually goes to this function in C++, and we call the feedback delegate of the entity component system, which goes and creates a command to the game cluster to go do the thing, whatever is asked. And when that gets replicated across all the servers in the game, then it's committed, and then we actually do whatever was requested. So, for example, this create entity will actually create something new in the game. Create a new monster, create a new stack of gold, create a new player, anything. The entity component system is pretty basic. I have notes to talk about this, so when you hear me talk about entities or components, this is what I'm talking about. So an entity is just an identity, so it's usually just a number. Associated with that identity is one or more bits of data, also called a component. It's really just data storage, so it's data-oriented. There's no code at all. It's basically just JSON structures, right? So, for example, if I show you who George actually is in the game, he is for 5 different entities. I mean, 5 different components of one entity. He's entity 18145. Hey there, George, number 18145. He has a caps component, an interact, NPC, position, and tile. Position tells us where he is in the game. He's at depth 30 at -2 by 0 in zone number 12942, which is itself another entity, which represents the whole zone. The tile is how do we draw George? Well, we actually it's better to show it this way. We draw George using the NPC's tile set, and that's his tile. If I changed it to that, now George is wearing a priest's robe. Or I could say, let's make him look like the snake lady. See how that works? So we're just modifying one component of George. It's his tile component. Let me put him back so that we don't alarm anybody. There we go. So other things have tile components and yet aren't NPCs, like this wall here. If I pick that wall, let's pick this wall. A wall is really just a tile in a position, nothing else. So inanimate objects share components with animated objects, but usually players and characters have more components than just their position and how to draw them, right? So George the NPC, a lot of what makes him an NPC is his NPC component. He's got junk in here like which other entities he has aggro on. You know, which enemies is he trying to destroy right now? What's his aggro range? Is he attackable by players or not? What's his dexterity? Is he a guide or a monster? What's his home position? So each of these becomes a variable, so to speak, that scripts dealing with just NPCs will reach into this component and use these variables to control their logic. So, for example, if returning was true, then George would be trying to path back to his patrol region. And he also has, what was it? He's also got a state patrol. He could be in the guide state, which he was in earlier when I was asking him to guide me out of the dungeon. He'll run a different script in that state. So that's how the entities and components work. And then how the Lua fits into the game is through the systems part of the ECS model. So systems are just code and no data, usually. And they're executed in response to events like a tick in the game or someone steps on a trap or something like that. It'll execute a system, one or more systems, and those systems will then iterate over entities and their components to do things. So, for example, the we're just looking at the NPC AI system is going to say, with all components of type NPC, do this function. Right? And another system like, let's see, like the item despawn system says, with all components of type item, if there's a despawn time on it and we've reached that time, destroy it. So a lot of the key to scaling this game up and making it performant will be in optimizing how do we iterate through components of different types for every system, and caching as much as we can possibly can, because like steampunk programmer is saying, Lua, it burns, but you know it's fine. It's all fine. Actually, what is it? What's the command? I forget what it is. The meme. What is the meme? Is it? It's not fine. I thought it was it's fine. How come I'm not seeing it? Oh, come on. Come on, Raimu. Figure it out. Anybody remember what it was? This is fine. There you go. Thank you, Adam. The steampunk programmer. This is fine. We're on fire. But yeah, there is a downside of using Lua in that this is not compiled. This is basically interpreted. It's squeezed down a little bit into bytecode when you first load it, but even the tokens representing these strings are really just tokens, and at runtime when you run it, you're interpreting it, so you're taking the next set of bytecode instructions, and it has to be parsed and processed, and then ultimately the machine figures out what data needs to move to what, rather than a compiled program would reduce this down to hardware instructions for the CPU and their registers, and it'd be a lot quicker. So there's a trade-off here. The game logic being in Lua makes it extremely easy for me to change. In fact, I have set up something that I can make a change here and hit save, and if I had it going, it would automatically upload the script immediately into the game, and it would be super, super fast. The downside is that the thing can be really slow, so we got to be really careful about not doing anything terribly expensive. And something like looping over all items in the game would probably be expensive if we didn't cache this stuff and have a good strategy for iterating quickly. So I'll probably be working on that in the coming months. Like, for example, we might not list all items. We might have a cache of what items actually have despawn timers that are, you know, we're getting close to that time, right? So we might put them on a candidate list of items that are near ready to be despawned, and then we would only iterate through those, and it would be a lot faster. Items that never despawn, we would never iterate, and so it wouldn't become a performance problem. Only one downside? Ah, that's one class of downside. I see everything as sort of a compromise or a balance or trade-offs, right? So I get quick turnaround time at the expense of it being slower, and I needed to build up some tools for it. So it's not for everybody. It's a decision I make for me. Someone else might hate Lua. Hint, hint. Steampunk programmer. And that's fine. Yeah, so I should probably not show the Lua much longer, or we're going to drive Steampunk Programmer away for good. I don't want to do that. He's a nice guy. You should check out his stream, by the way. He is doing all sorts of cool things. He's back from a long hiatus, and you should go check out his stream sometime. He's a really fun guy. Yeah, that's true. Another thing about Lua is in arrays start at 1 and not 0. So, that's a bit about what I'm doing in general on my stream. I'm trying to build this up as a game. Eventually, I hope to make a living off of it, but that's the dream. Probably the reality is I'm just satisfying a long-term, lifelong goal of making my own game and putting it online for other people to toy around with too. And all the technology I'm putting in here is reusable in other fields, so it's all good. We're all learning. And part of what I do is to try to get better organized, and that's the theme of today, is to go through all my old stream notes and properly categorize everything. So I'll try to throw in some coding too, here and there. I'm sure there'll be some more to-do list items in here that involve coding, and we'll do them. Let me respawn, go to a save point, and then exit. Didn't even know you can make a game in Lua? You can make an entire game in Lua if you use something like... Oh, the name escapes me now. The Lua game engine. Did someone already say it in chat? Love2D. There we go. Thank you, Steampunk. And you hate Lua. How do you know this, Love2D? Maybe you hate it because of experience. Yeah, I don't recommend making anything completely in Lua because it doesn't have a whole lot of support tools and infrastructure around it. I had to make my own performance profiling tool. I had to make my own debugging tool. Lua, I see more often is a component of a larger system. So like my system, I have JavaScript for the front end, C++ for the framework and the back end, and Lua is really just manipulating the entity component system. It's really all it does. I think we did a line count comparison, and right now it's like 10% of my game is Lua, 90%, or like another 10% is JavaScript, and 80% is C++, because I've been focused mostly on the engine right now. So I'm looking through old notes to make sure that I don't forget to do some of this stuff. I just made that as a new issue, right? Or did I not quite get there? I didn't quite get there. I was about to type this in and I got rated. So we're gonna do this, and Control-Shift-V doesn't work for some reason, so I paste it here, then copy it back and paste it. Network endpoint tests have some... So how do we summarize that? I think we're going to call this update and refactor network endpoint tests. There we go. I just want to make sure there is a logged GitHub issue for everything I put in my notebook, and so I don't forget to do it, because that would be terrible. Lua lacks optional static typing and visual debuggers. Yeah, the lack of visual debugger was a killer for me, which is why I went back to a more rigorous test-driven development way, where I have every Lua function I have has a corresponding unit test now, and they're all here. So it's because, like, I only use Lua in the entity component system. They're all prefixed realm server ECS. So like even stuff like when you kill an entity in the game, there's a test for it. So we make sure that the correct thing is done depending if they're a monster or a player. And poor in Perry, we had him as a subject in this test. Like spawning NPCs, there's another set of tests. And it gets quite elaborate. And this is, a lot of it is to make up for the fact that we don't have a visual debugger. Mods have swords, Lua doesn't have swords. Yeah, that's true. Okay. I'm trying not to get too sidetracked. I really need to go through these old notes and make sure I have at least a GitHub thing in there for each one of these things. At some point, add tests for diagnostic system. You know, I want to do more than that. This diagnostic system should be broken out as a separate component. It's not really built into that, is it? I know what I'll do. I'll take the original quote and put it in here. From my notes on stream number 16, that, oh, again, I can't do that. It always wants to do an image. Even Control-Shift-V, Shift, Control-V, even V-Shift-Control don't work. What a hassle. All right. So what do we want to say about this? I think the diagnostic system really should stand alone as its own library, independent of the system abstractions library. Once separated, consider how, if necessary, the diagnostics of the network, these ones, copy pasta, classes, should be done, or should be tested. All right, so this is what are we going to call this? Extract diagnostics code from system abstractions and test it. Submit new issue. There we go. Yay. Plan some refactoring for, okay, I think I already put that in there, right? That was a note copied from this note. Yeah. Beware, put local but global struct class definitions and test suites into anonymous namespaces. That's more of a tip I need to reinforce somehow. Should I have a special page for tips? Don't know. Maybe under notes? I don't know. This is where I'm not sure how to organize things. Kind of hesitate to make a whole section just for tips, though. Tips, note contents, percent 1%. Never put it in a never look here section. I'll put it in a never look here section. No, that's for now, because I don't really know what the right thing to do is. We'll have, is tips the right thing? Maybe tips and have a page for each programming language and concept. So this would be what? This would be unit testing with Google Test, right? Yeah. So unit testing with Google Test. Bullet. Paste. Put local but global struct class definitions and test suites into anonymous namespaces. I mean, I've been doing that, but really this is, if to help, I'll go through this every once in a while to reinforce that. Yeah, I'm still doing that, and anyone else who wants tips on how to use Google Test could see that. All right. Going back here. Look up C++ 17 if const expert. Well, we can make that part of the C++ 17 side project. Oh, that had a special thing under to do deprecated. I need to move this. Let's put it here. If const expr. Maybe just promote this entire page. What if I copy? What's move copy do? That's scary. Let's just copy it for now and put it under side projects, and I'll add a page for C. Actually, I can just paste it here, right? Paste. There we go. Delete the untitled page. Cut. And then we'll put C++ 7. Well, this is really learn or upgrade knowledge of C++ to go from C++ 11 to 17. That's what I want the full side project to be. And I kind of want to do it on stream. All right. Need to revisit clipboard for both. Oh, that's true. Clipboard. I think I already actually have a bug for that here, don't I? That clipboard is broken. I don't. Okay. Clipboard. I think it's not even implemented yet. Implement and or fix clipboard class implementations for Linux and Mac OS. I think these are either broken or not yet implemented. Just a note. Revisit that later. Having fun chilling, but now you gotta go. You're out of Duke Nukem references? I guess it's a good time to go. Have a good day too, Adam. Thank you for the raid. Alright. I'm up to 17. I only have 263 to go. Jeez. Let's see if I can do this faster. So, didn't I do chunked transfer encoding? This is stream 17. We were getting into how do we do web servers. And I thought I did chunked encoding, but maybe I didn't. Let's look for the word chunk in all of our code. And do we find it? Just chunked body. Looks like I did do it. Yeah, so I did chunked encoding. More than 5% done? We're getting there. Okay, what would really be telling is if I had a unit test for it. Chunked body tests. This is decoding the chunked encoding, but where do we actually use it? We would use it in the client, right? There we go. Parse get response with chunked body, no other transfer encoding. Okay, so we have this. That support's done then. Research how to properly handle protocol versions other than 1.1. Oh, that's a big thing. That's a big one. Let's go to that project HTTP. Because we need to open that as a big issue. Support protocols newer than HTTP 1.1. So there we go. Enough said. Handle the optional encodings. Okay, we do that. I remember doing that. That was actually kind of fun. So we have gzip, and what was the other one? Deflate, and we reason that compress is obsolete now. Right? I think we had deflate. Yeah, we accept gzip and deflate, and compress is obsolete, so we don't support that, I think. Thank you for the follow. So that, we're done. 18. Server parse request should have 4 outcomes, not just 2. Well, let's look that up. Server parse request. Right here, right? Valid request, invalid request, recoverable, unrecoverable, incomplete. Did I encode it in here? Yeah, complete, error, valid or not. So I already did that. So it's encoded in the form of there's a parsing state, and you can either get to complete or error at the end, and then if it's complete, it could be complete but not valid. So that's all of them, right? I don't distinguish between recover and unrecoverable though. I think I decided I didn't care. If it's invalid, then who cares? It's not valid. Miscellaneous linked during stream, but here's a map of the world of STL. What is this? I don't know, let's look at it. So I should put this under a notebook tab called humor. Movers, raw memory, queries, permutations. That's cool. I forget who sent that. See, this was way back when I forgot to give it proper attributions. If anyone remembers who gave me that link, then I'll give you proper attribution. Should I just have a humor? Under references? Names? Let's just have humor. Humor. In fact, we'll say probably bad humor. And then this will be C++ STL, and we'll have a link. Was it A squared? I don't know. All right, moving on. Stream 19. Write code for main program functions to use the CRT that detect memory leaks. Oh, I know what that means. If I go to any main.cpp in my project, I usually do this. In the main function, I'll have this stuff to catch memory leaks. Was I talking about making that abstract? That might be fun to do. Thank you for the follow. Let me make this something in system abstractions, actually. System abstractions. Issues. So let's say add wrapper for leak detection, memory leak detection. Not an image. So many images are probably being wasted by me doing that. Write code for main program. So how am I going to process this? So, for example, in Windows, Microsoft CRT functions can detect memory leaks like this. And then we'll have a little bit of code to show that. So this is code, right? I want multi-line. Can I just do it this way? I forget. And then like C++, I forget if this is the right syntax. Technically it's C though. We don't want to like say it's all high and mighty C++. There was an include that went with that. I ran into this the other day. We're not including it properly all the time. Only sometimes was I including it properly. It's a special pound include that you need, that technically you need. I think I found it here. Yeah, here it is. So like you would technically have that, and then inside your main you would have that, like that. Oops, not there. You'd have it there. So, that's probably enough said. Let's see what that looks like. For example, in Windows, Microsoft CRT functions can detect memory leaks like this. Yeah. That's enough for me to understand. I could elaborate it if people don't understand it. Line 665 of what? I'm going so fast. I don't know what line 665. I'll go back until we find what it was. Maybe it was in here? No. Was it in here? No. Do you remember what file it was? Main. I know I have lots of main CPPs. Oh, you mean that? Okay. It probably wasn't that. That one doesn't have a 665. Neither does that. We'll find it. There are only a certain number of main CPPs. It could have been this one. Let's see what playing with scissors doesn't like. 665. It's probably this one. Do you meant that this was a blank line there? I think that's just delimiting my anonymous namespace. Yeah, what's wrong with the empty line? It's because I just get into this habit of namespaces have a blank line at the front and a blank line at the end. So like when I see it from bottom up, I'm like, oh, there's a space there. This must be delimiting some top level structure like a namespace or a class. So I could actually improve that. The one way to do that would be to do this. Anonymous namespace. There we go. That better? That's probably better, right? If you're reading from the bottom up, you're like, oh, there's an anonymous namespace here. You know, I might even want to say what that bracket goes to. Better would be to make this function refactored to fit, but for now we can just say that, right? And I'm not going to go deeper than function level. It didn't cost me much. It's done. Okay. Enforce maximum line limit on request line in server. This is for the web server. I think I did that. Request line. So we would find that in HTTP server, right? Maximum. Yeah, default header line limit. 1000. Right. So this is enforced. There's probably a test for it. Yeah. Okay, so that's done. Client enforce maximum line limit on status lines. Let me just make sure I did that. This is why I'm going through this. I never went back and marked it if I did it or not. I just made a note that I need to do it sometime. I just stupid. Limit, right? There should be a line limit thing. Oh, no, that's something different. Right, status codes are always 3-digit. So did I not have a line limit check here? You would think that I would have it around here, but I don't see it. Yeah, I don't think I do. Current scope is also shown in the VS Code breadcrumbs. Not always, though. I've noticed that I've had trouble at times with the breadcrumbs. It's working now. I wonder if maybe it was not working so well in the past and now it's better. For memory leaks, he also suggests Dr. Memory and leak sanitizer. The NUI recommends station. There we go. Now your name is immortalized in my GitHub issue. Alright. Does GitHub have a dark mode, by the way? They ought to. Hold on. I don't want to accidentally leak anything if I show my settings. It should be in my settings, though, right? Should be like, dark mode. It doesn't? What? This is GitHub we're talking about. Okay, what happens if I just use the dark reader mode on it? What do I want here? Enabled. Is that usable? It's better on my eyes already. Dark reader makes it decent, yeah. It's one node online that it still doesn't work for me very well on. There's the user script stylish add-on for it. Well, this works too. Interesting, it made the little bell thing pink. It was white and then it becomes pink. It's also affecting all my other windows too. Can I just do it for just this site? Can I like just enable it here? No. I have to enable it and then I have to be selective. Yeah, it's okay. I'll keep it on for now. If it bugs me, I'll turn it off later. It's just it's changing my dashboard also. Anyway, not to get too burdened down with that. Client, enforcing line limit. Do I do that here? Here's where we parse it. I don't see anything about configuring this with a line limit. It would be in the public API if it was, right? I think I figured we're never talked to an evil server, so why do this? But maybe I should do it. Yeah, let's put it in here. So go to HTTP. More for completeness than anything. New issue. Ah, grr. I guess that's enough. Enough said. All right, getting through this faster now, right? Oh, here's where I started to mark things off when I did it. Take a look at Tommel. Oh, right, that was more a side project or a research. As that was suggested as an alternative to JSON, I think. Right, because I was talking about doing a JSON reader writer, and someone said, "Look at Tommel." Ah, what do I classify something as? It's maybe a side project, or would it just be reference? Maybe a reference. Alternative. What is? It's a markup language, right? Alternative markup languages. Tommel. Because I remember looking it up and made the decision that it's cool, but I wasn't really interested in using it at the time. I think I'll just list it there, and we'll call it that's handled. Learn that GitHub Desktop does have the ability to stage unstage individual lines. Click, drag it. So that was more a tip, right? Tip. Add page. What were we talking about? GitHub Desktop. To stage unstaged individual lines, click, drag to the left of the lines. There we go. There's a tip. And I should have... This is back when I wasn't attributing things, so I don't know who told me that. Sorry. Discover missing documentation string extensions. Did I actually fill that in at some point? Let's find out. I don't need that anymore. I've been not cleaning these tabs up. If I close them all except for the unsaved, I don't want to lose them. Okay, so I gotta look at them. Don't need that one. You know, even though that looks pretty, I think I'm not gonna keep it. So close them all. All right, clean slate. We're looking up indent. Header. I do have a comment for it. So indent is commented, parse element is commented, escape. Yeah, so they're all commented. So this was done. Look up UTF-16 surrogate pair encoding. Make JSON class compliant in both encoding and decoding for surrogate pair encoding. I think I did that. Let's see. It would be a test though, right? Surrogate. Yeah. So I did do that. In fact, guess what? Guess what's encoded as a surrogate pair? Oh no, my Yada broke. Should I reload and report or reload? Oh, I reload and report. I don't actually know what happened, so I think it would be useless to report it. Just reload. So that is a surrogate pair when it's in UTF-16 because its code point is more than 16 bits. Did you know that? It's such a useful Unicode character to know about. Unicode pile o poop. Should I be able to search for it? How come it's not finding it? You should be able to like search it and find it, shouldn't you? There we go. What's its code though? Wouldn't it be useful to know the code of it? I guess it would be found here. Do we really have to find it here? There it is. That's the same site. Code point, I guess. Now I must find it out. Actually, wouldn't it be in my own code here? It's D84C DFB4, but what is that? We don't know. Oh, whatever. Just too obsessed with this stuff. So we already did that one. All right. Try out Git Kraken. I did try it out. I didn't really like it. Or was it that it was paid or something? Really take a look at Toml. Yes, I did do that. In fact, did I write it? Did I write up that I did? I did. Let me... Oh, no, I didn't. I did. Right, so let me copy that over to the references. There we go. So collect all the information in one place. There we go. All right, good. There you go. Thank you for that. It's 1F, 4A, 9. So because it's more than 16 bits in UTF-16, you have to encode it as 2 surrogates. D84C and DFB4 gets you the pile of poop. That's completely useful information in life, so remember that. Okay. Right here. Look up Herb Sutter proposal for spaceship operator. I never did that. Let me make that a research thing. Topics to be researched. So this might just be a humor thing. I don't know. Just really want to just put these where they should go. Refactor JSON operator equals to move each block into a function, or just use a type for lookup. Did I do that? C++ 20. Move each block into a function. Well, but it's so compact. Why was I worried about this? Because it's a switch? Do I really need to worry about this? I think the compiler would turn this into a lookup anyway, right? Because the type is an enumerated value for spaceship. Oh yeah, I remember. That wasn't a humorous thing. That was a real thing, right? Yeah. Well, I'll look it up again and do a quick little write-up. I figure once I get it into my research tab, then when I am in a researchy mood, I just pick something that sounds interesting and look it up, and then I do a little write-up like how to use the screen command. Transport layer security libraries. What can I use? How do you write a Twitch bot? And I have all the links that I find when I research it for anyone else who goes down the same path. Look into lowering the bitrate. We did that. We did that. Move semantics for large JSON tree assembly to avoid cost of copies. I did add that, right? There is a move semantics, right? That would be R value. Not here, but in the value. Yeah, so we support this. Yeah, copy from. No, wrong one. Yeah, standard move. So we did that. Why the lower bitrate? Just curious. Some of my viewers were very sensitive to me streaming at bit rates higher than like 2.5 megabit. So I experimented with how low could I get the bit rate and how low can I lower the FPS. So to get a nice balance between bit efficiency and quality. So I found out that I could lower it down to whatever I have it at now. I think it's 2 megabit and 20 FPS. And people didn't really complain. And I would look back at my VODs and I'm like, yeah, when I do stuff like this, it's a problem. You see coding artifacts, but how often am I going to do this? And when I do this, are you really going to be watching? Most of my screen ends up being static and not moving, so the frame rate can be pretty low, and the bit rate can be low too, because you only really need bits when things change in video, or if I change scenes. So it was mostly to make some of the viewers who are sensitive to that happy. The other thing that helps is to make sure I get the quality options, and I don't have that I don't have a good discipline in checking that every time, but I do have some viewers who help and tell me, you don't have quality options. And they'll be like, oh, let me quickly restart until I get them. But yeah, that was it. It was when I was up at 3 megabit, people would complain saying, I can't watch at this bit rate. And yeah, hi, Alt F4, how are you doing? Oh my goodness. I think after Adam rated me, a bunch of people didn't get waves. So I'll just say it and I'll mark it off on my stream helper. Playing with scissors. Hello, all, and of course, hello and goodbye to Adam. He's no longer here. Steampunk Programmer, we're talking to you. Hi. 2H Strike. How are you doing? Turtle 9100, Nicodemus, Teston, Angeli. I didn't see Angeli's texts. There's probably some ducks involved, though, I'm no doubt. Antimatter Tape. Hello. And Federico. How are you doing? You just chatted a little bit ago, so I can still wave to you easily with my little macro there. Cool. Oh, you have the quality changer now? You mean the stream options? Oh, is this something other than what Twitch gives? I just use vanilla OBS, and so I have the bitrate set at a limit. Oh. I'll have to ask you how you set that up later. So this would be a research topic, right? Research topic. So what is this called? Quality changer for stream. And hold on, I wish I had a multi-clipboard sometimes. I had one of my best friends had an app to do that, and I don't have it right now. I should just look that up. So Alta4 Stream said this. Yep. So how was I phrasing this earlier? Where did that go? Oh, it went at the top. It should go at the bottom. Go to the bottom. Input from viewers is what I had this listed as, right? And sorry, this is such a small font. There we go. Fixed. Make that shorter, and then we can zoom in. There we go. You believe Twitch does it dynamically, so if you hover over your video and a channel line, the little gear is available with different... Yeah, that is not guaranteed unless you're a partner, though. Like, a lot of the times when Twitch is under heavy load, affiliates won't get that. You won't get that gear option. You only get whatever 1080p source and nothing else, or audio only. It's like you can either have the video or you can't. But then they don't transcode it unless you happen to get unless if you happen to get the resource. But maybe I could reword this. Look for quality auto changers for the stream, or techniques to help getting stream options. I know that's a long title, because there's something else I wanted to add in there. So another streamer I know of talked about look into techniques for switching ingress server if necessary. I don't know how to do that quickly, so I need to research that anyway. Yeah, I've heard them called quality options. That's what I've been calling them as. That you don't always get them. If you're a partner, you always get them. Yeah, usually even affiliates have been getting them, but I've noticed sometimes I don't get them. And I think it's when just all the resources are allocated for existing streams. Anyway, going back to this. Move semantics was done. Pretty printing. Didn't I do that? 2 encoding has pretty printing. Yeah, options pretty. So we did that. Look into emote extensions for chat overlay. Okay, so that is handled now that we have Stream Parrot. The overlay I use for my stream supports BTTV and FFC. Switching in jest server requires you to restart the stream. Yeah, but I just don't even know how to switch it right now. If I'm like, okay, I should switch ingress servers, I'd be like, okay, let me come back in an hour after I figured out how to do that. So I need to do that. Figure out how to do that and post it back there. All right, next day. 1E wasn't a bug, it was just, really just an unnecessary extra state. Oh, I was working on the state machine for JSON parsing, right? Yeah, and now for something completely different. What is this? Oh, this was extra stuff. What do I want to do with this stuff? Just keep it where it is? This is just viewer submitted interesting things. This might be interesting to put under side project C++17, even though it's really C++20, right? Maybe that's another side project. C++20, learning. So I don't know when I'll do that, but when I do, that might be a good thing to look at. Straustrup's notes on it. I should include the whole thing. There we go. Log, okay. Understanding compiler optimization. That's maybe another research thing. And continuing on. Yeah. So if you don't get the quality options, it's 1080p source or no video, audio only, I think, are the only options that people get. So I usually lower mine to 480p to get under 2 megabit. I don't think it ever, does it really go as low as 700, 800? Oh, because for my stream it's at 2 megabit, right? Or interesting, huh? I guess as most people run higher bit rate, and so I'm used to 480p ending up being 1 to 1.5 megabit. So it depends on what the source is, I guess. JSON, add overload of index operator that returns a non-const reference. I think I ended up actually doing that, but let me check. Operator index with non-const. Yes, there it is. An L value reference. So the implication of that is if there is no element at the given index, a null value is inserted there. Same way that C++'s containers work. So we did that. Other topics brought up, look at, Elixir plug. All right. And then I remember Ubi. And I did check out his stream. I don't think he streamed in a while, though. Yeah, he was streaming Elixir at the time. This is probably something he wanted me to look into. I guess I can make that a side project. Elixir. Thank you for the follow, by the way. All right. This will only take me another week. Maybe I'll do a little of this at a time and not try to just do this until the end. Maybe I should switch to coding something. Let me draw a line somewhere. Maybe we'll draw a line at 40. I'll get to 40 and then I'll go code something. Let me see. Move request out of server and response out of client. I don't think I did that. Oh no, I did. Right, request and response are moved out, so that's done. When and if resources are handled asynchronously, server tests will need to be updated to actually wait for responses rather than assuming that they have been returned immediately. That made an alternate option, so I didn't have to change the tests, right? This would be server? What? Oh, wait, no. Right, this still needs to be done. Right, so let's put this in. Yeah, let's put this in as a ticket for here. So new issue, server support asynchronous resource fetches, a resource requests. And then when, oh, again, how many times am I going to do that? Paste here, then paste here. When if resources handles asynchronously. There we go. So it's recorded. Make HTTP JSON shared libraries so that web server plugins don't all have their own copies of the server code. I did not support that yet. Did I need it for both? I think I need that option to do that. Yeah, so let's put that in here. So support option to build library. To build library in a shared library. Thank you for the follow. Shared library mode. Yeah, sure. So I'm going to add that in here and in JSON. Issues, new. There we go. So don't forget. Unload plugins whose images disappear. Okay, this is... I don't know if I really need to do this. Oh, wait a minute. But I can put it... Web server is its own repository, right? Yeah, so we can put it in here. That way if I ever work on web server again, we'll do this. We'll do all of these. Unload plugins whose images disappear. Reload. I don't like how it flashes white. That's a side effect of this Firefox plugin to make it dark mode. Unload all plugins to the server shut down. Refactor plugin scanning function. Test all this on Linux. Test all of this on Linux. I love that. Like, you've been doing this in Windows, but you haven't run it on Linux to make sure it actually works. I think if it didn't work, we'd had trouble with the game server at this point. Okay, no notes for 26. 27... Refactor diagnostic message subscription so that the object returned by subscribe is actually unsubscribed delegate rather than... Okay, we already did that. We should guard against loading plugins which were compiled with an older version of the plugin interface. Yes, we should. That's part of HTTP? No, part of web server. New issue. Guard against loading plugins which were compiled with an old version of the plugin interface. Sure. Make paths in web server configuration file relative to the web server. Probably didn't do that. It's been a long time though. Where are you, web server? It's not even in this project. I gotta go to Excalibur and look at that. Look at that. I switched project workspaces when I started doing my game dev. This is the pre-game dev workspace that had the independent web server in it. And I just want to look and see, does it... Its configuration file, how does it work? Read configuration. JSON file, yes. There are different paths in it. Read the configuration memory and decode it, so it's just from JSON. Okay, so then configure, it's probably configure and start server. Yes. So right now they're relative to the working directory, so this wasn't done. Okay, valid. Make paths relative to the exe, so that needs to go in here. All right. Fix spurious test failure and system abstractions. I think I did because I haven't been seeing that. I think I did that. Update overflow checks to use. Okay, we did. I remember doing that. That was a fun one. Right. This is a cool way to check to make sure that you don't overflow an integer as you're multiplying it by 10. So before you multiply it by 10, you take the maximum and subtract what you're going to add and divide that by 10. You see if it's less than the accumulator, then you know that you are going to overflow. So we did that. Server should set close. I should make this bigger. Server should set close connections option in error cases where it's going to close the connection after sending a final response. That would have been in HTTP, I guess, server. Close. This is going to be hard for me to find, I think. There should be a unit test for it. Actually, it would be connection, right? With case insensitive, and we don't need to replace. That's if it has the option. Okay, so on a timeout response, we do set connection close. Too many requests, we set it. And this is if the request asked us to close a connection, then we set it. Yeah, and if it's there we go. If it's an error, then so we already did it. I already did it right there. Think about various complexities in determining client request timeouts. I don't know what that actually means. I have no idea what that means. Add e-tag support for the static content plugin. Do I need that? Where do we do e-tag stuff? S3 dealt with it. Okay, so I did do that. We had tests for it here. So, yeah. Where do we check it? Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's done. How about gzip support? In that. I did. There we go. It was gzipped. How do we check that the gzip response was correct? That's weird. It's not checking the body. It's just checking the e-tag. Why would it do that? Worthy of being gzipped? Oh, right. We only gzip stuff if it matched text, plain CSS, JavaScript, or HTML. Otherwise, we didn't. Yeah. Okay. Add filtering regular expressions. What files can be served from what folders? I didn't do that. Yeah. That has its own GitHub, right? Or is it it's part of web server? Okay, so just put it in a web server. Fair enough. So this is specifically this. So I should have included that. Add custom header setting. I don't think I did that. New issue. I'll probably never get to these. But at least it'll have a GitHub ticket and all that stuff. Set content type. Okay, so what should we say? Set content type based on different criteria. For example, these things. Make a new file. Put that there. Submit issue. So right now, I think we are doing it by file extension, but we're not doing the magic number or mappings in config file like Apache does. Probably never get to it. Implement lempel zivs LZ77 compression algorithm and Huffman coding as a challenge. Oh, right. I think that was where I was using zlib to do the gzip, and then I looked into what it would take to do it myself. That might be a fun side project. Side project. Challenge. Implement lempel ziv LZ77 compression. Change custom build step that copies the static content plugin and make it have a copy to the test directory and web server image directory so that do it when, okay. I think this whole description goes in as a new bug here. I was hoping that would come across as not an image. So this is static content plugin improvements to the build system. It's probably a bad name for a bug. Oh well. You know what? I said I was going to stop at 40. I'm going to stop at 30. There's just a lot of stuff to follow up on here. Read later, Herb Sutter's smart pointer parameters. I guess we'll make this a research topic. Sure. Network transport. No way to get diagnostics from underlying adaptee. I think I fixed that. Let me find that. Yeah, I think this includes diagnostics now. Hold on. I need to go to source. I think I had it chaining the underlying diagnostics. Where is that done? Yeah, right here. So we're doing it. We are doing it. Server should have a third time when client hasn't started sending a new request and never actually does. Really? How would I check that? Under server for a timeout? Ban non-list, okay, non-ban, connection rate limit, forcibly close, that lingers after graceful close, what else? Blowing max size. Idle timeout maybe? It might be captured by the idle timeout. But this actually sends a request. Do I have a test where it doesn't send anything? Request timeout. But that's when we're starting to send a request. Inactivity timeout? No, we're sending a request. Where's one where we don't send a request at all? Okay, I don't have one. Okay, well, let's add one. This should just be something I have included in that set of tests. So go to HTTP and add a new issue. Server. So when client hasn't started, okay, this should be test that when client hasn't started sending a request and never actually does, the server should timeout. Timeout client connections that never send anything. Hey, it's the Epic Unknown. How are you doing? Hi. I'm going through my old stream notes and improving my organization by putting old to-do things into GitHub and other places where they need to go, so they don't get lost for all time. And I'm going to do 2 more, and then I'm going to do some coding, because there's only so much of this organization stuff that I can do before I get fatigued by it. Okay, need to add strong entropy random number generator. I did that. It's called crypto random. Need to develop base64. Did that. Need to bring in. I did that. Okay, we did all that stuff. Stream 30 for text messages. Verify text is valid UTF-8. I did that. So the same thing for close. We did that. Check the server for close token. It probably needs to be case sensitive. I'm case insensitive. Check the server for close token. Okay. Let's check the server for close token. Close. Don't need that. Server. Okay, it probably has this function. Token. Yeah, we normalize it. Get header tokens probably does the same thing. So whatever goes into this headers. Right. So there it is. Oops. Strip. Okay, how do we get the value? Value. Strip margin white space does what? It actually doesn't make it. It doesn't make it into lowercase. It preserves the case. So this would be a problem, wouldn't it? The data sent via WebSocket is using binary, or it's still JSON right now. I do use binary, but only for automation stuff, for administration right now. All right. So if it's uppercase when it comes in, and we're placing it into headers that way, would this be a problem then when I do this? Because that's lowercase. It's normalizing it there, but not here. That might be a problem. Let me make a bug for that. So go to, yeah, we're already in the right place. So check to make sure close token is treated case insensitively. Should you choose information technology, computer science, or business technology at the university? It depends on what you want to do. I actually don't know exactly what information technology means, but it sounds to me like a weaker version of computer science. Business technology sounds like if you're interested in running a company or being a manager. Computer science probably would be my pick because that's what I like to do. I like to do the technical work, which is rooted in fundamentally understanding at the core how things work, which is what I would define science to mean. So I guess information technology would be more practical, computer science would be more theoretical, and business technology would be more management. You want to be a CTO? Business technology, I think, because you want to be a manager. Unless, well, at some companies, a CTO is not technically a manager. They're like an advisor to management on technology issues. And so there, I guess it depends on the company. Is it an academically oriented company, like more theoretical in nature, or would it be more practical? I don't know. That's really hard to answer. It really depends on a lot of things, I think. I said I would stop at 30. Am I almost done here? Move case, normalize case insensitive string. Do I even have that, or did I rename that? That's a horrible name. I don't have that anymore. I must have renamed it, like too lower or something. And I think it is. It actually got moved to string extensions instead. Make utility function in HTTP to split up tokens from header values. I did that. That was the one we were just looking at. Get header tokens, right? And then that splits them. So I already did that. Consider adding message headers has header token. I did that. We were using that right here. Okay, so that means I'm done with stream 30. You're looking at jobs for CTO and they said 10 plus years in IT. Well, that makes sense. Hey there, Clayman. Yeah, it makes sense the CTO would require a lot of time in information technology because you would be advising the company's management on everything technically oriented. So any company worth worth anything would probably want the best they can find. So what kind of company you want to be a CTO for, and what kind of technology are they invested in? And I think maybe you'd want to pursue both information technology and computer science, and maybe even a little bit of business so you can understand your masters, right? If you know how business technology works, you'd know why the CEO is asking for you to do certain things. That's what I would assume. So it's a tough thing. A large company, being a manager of a large company sounds like a hard thing to do to me. Started learning CPP. Oh no. Yeah, CTO is something you probably want to set as your long-term goal. Just starting out, I think you want to study what you're most interested in. Trying to learn Python and HTML. Ah, doing too much for your age? No. I think maybe like keep CTO as like a long-term goal and don't try for it right away. Just pick the languages and projects that you find fun. So if you're learning Python and let's say you enjoy uh, machine learning or artificial intelligence, right? Building something that will play tic tac toe or chess really well against a human. Um, Look into that. Don't just learn Python HTML like try to learn it 100%. Learn it within the context of something you find fun. Yeah, find fun problems to solve. Exactly what Atomic Nibble said. And then let's see where that leads you. Eventually you'll be CTO if you want to be, but it's a much longer term thing. Not to worry about now, I think. Okay. So I'm gonna stop at stream 30. I don't know how I'm gonna catch up to 280, but I want to do some coding now. Um, Let me look at a recent to do. Something fun. What could I do? Some of these things I was looking at yesterday and the day before about how bad my game scripts perform right now based off of this stuff. It turns out the JSON overhead wasn't a big deal, but this might be. But I don't know if it's fun to fix that right now. I want something fun. What would be fun? Something recent that came up. Maybe before all this stuff happened with the game scripts. How do you stay motivated writing 600 plus line codes? You try to break up the projects into small pieces that are less than 600 lines, and then you pick a piece that you feel like working on at the time. And if you find that most of your modules are no longer fun, then you got to look for other sources of inspiration. Maybe your source of inspiration is what you're going to end up building in the end. So for me, a lot of the times when I start losing motivation, I'll look back at what I have here and remind myself that if I keep working on this, I'll have something that I'll actually have fun playing. you know, I won't be able to have fun with the story because I'm the storyteller, but at least I'll have fun with the RNG elements of it. Like, I'll probably have game modes where it's a lot of RNG, roguelike stuff in there, and I'll have fun playing that. Let me think. Hmm. Nothing's coming to mind right now. Let me continue looking here. How come I can't widen this thing any more than that? That's frustrating. Oh, maybe I could work on React a little bit today. What was it I wanted to work on one of these things? Oh, I know. This ticketing system. This thing is a beast. So it's actually becoming a predominant part of the game's persistent data. And I, I should have known at the time, this thing really should be at least a file, if not a database, on its own. So right now it's part of the huge JSON object which contains all the game's state. I think I want to start migrating this stuff to a separate database or file because it's separate from the entity component system. It's more of like the support framework. In fact, I could probably completely separate it from the game and make it its own system, and then make it a database at some point. But I could at least abstract away the fact that it's in JSON and make it go through an interface right now. Let me start looking at that. All right, so what would I do? Close everything. This is in the game server. And source. Oh, no, hold on, let me think. Let me think, dang it. I called it mod Q, didn't I? Mod Q. Maybe it's time to change that name. Mod Q. Here it is. Mod Q holds a cache or snapshot of the collection of in-game tickets or issues, such as when a player gets stuck or flags another player for inappropriate conduct, or when a moderator investigates some issue in the game. It has tickets in the form of JSON values, which I guess that's okay. Well, no, that's not exactly okay. I think I want, if this eventually needs to be a database table, I need to start thinking about what keys might it have. Right now, it only has one key, which is the ticket ID. But I also might want to search or sort or order by the reporter, right? Or do I even need to worry about that? I do, because one common thing is a player will get all the tickets opened by them, so I might want to get by reporter. And I don't ever want to do this. I want to get rid of this get all. This should only be used for testing because it's very, very expensive right now. Oh, hopefully I don't make everything look easy. There's my history. So I've been working on programming for a long, long time, and I've always been learning. So sometimes go through long periods of time where I'm not really learning much, but always learning a little bit over time. Hey there, Don't Pay. How are you doing? If I'm making something look easy, it might be just because I'm used to it. I mean, anything becomes easy if you practice long enough. So I've been working on this code base for almost a year. So if I didn't have a ability to navigate through it quickly, then it would be very painful for me, for one thing. But it only make it look easy because I'm used to it. So don't feel bad if it doesn't look easy. I'm okay, Don't Pay. I was working on improving my notebook the last 3 hours, and I'm getting kind of tired of it, so I thought I would go look at a coding task. So I just jumped right into this coding task of I'm reconsidering how I design how the in-game ticketing system works. And this is a big no-no right here, that I return by copy all the tickets in the game. This is enormously expensive, and I hope nothing ever calls it. These are in different projects, so I'm Xing them out. Okay, there's its declaration. This is fine because it's a const reference, and it's probably within, yeah, it's within the test framework of it. Been coding for like 4 years, and you've grown a lot in the last year alone. Yeah, I think as long as you're still like in a healthy environment, you'll constantly be learning. You'll never stop learning unless you get into a toxic or stale environment, or you just lose motivation to learn, which would be kind of sad. Okay, yeah, this is bad. This is really, really bad because it's making a copy of all the tickets in the game and iterating all of them just to figure out what tickets to send to a player. This is probably only sent... Let's see how many times this is called. Get my chick tickets. Oh yeah, that's bad. All right, we shouldn't do that. When is get my tickets called? Get my tickets is a client message, so anyone can call it. Yikes. Okay, we should fix that. All right, let's fix it. Get my tickets, call send player tickets, which does this. This should not do that. I think I'm going to use a visitor pattern where we tell the ticketing system, call a function for every ticket that applies to a certain user, maybe? Or maybe just go through all of them and do that ourselves, but basically in place without doing a copy. Yeah, let's begin by removing get all and breaking the game and fixing it later. So I can just go to this and say go to declaration. We're going to get rid of this thing. Unless it's using the tests, it is. What if I just make it something available to the test framework only? Yeah, the tests use it for convenience. So to do that properly, what would be the right thing to do? Have a special test interface at the very, very top level. And then split mod Q into two classes. One that has the debug interface, the other one that doesn't. Just get motivated, bruh. Yeah, forehead. Yeah, well, some people get motivated by learning. Other people get motivated just by having a goal that they really care about, they want to get to. Rename to expensive get all? Yeah. I think I just want to make get all unavailable except through a debugging interface. So I don't want to specify it here, actually. What does get all actually do? Returns a map. I guess I could specify it in the same file. That's weird. I can't collapse it all because of... It's confused. Collapse it all, please. It's weird how it did that. It's like the outlining doesn't understand this level of nesting. What do I want to do here? Only the top level should have access to this class, because it might want to use it for testing. So we'll still instantiate this class, but everywhere else it should be held by a separate interface. I think that's how I want to do it. So let's make a copy of this class to define the interface only. So paste here. I can use a tried and true technique, which is to put an I in front. Ah, there's an I. This is the interface, the principal interface to an object, which I should just abbreviate this. This is the principal interface to the subsystem of the game, which, let's just say subsystem, to the subsystem which handles in-game tickets or issues. So, yeah, exactly. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm going to say. Gets all, but is extremely expensive to call. Do not. Is it just me, or has everyone lost their color in Twitch chat? Maybe I need to reload Yada. Everyone's like lost their color ever since Yada crashed on me. Everyone's all boring white for me. Is that showing up in my... I don't know, everyone's got their proper color in the dashboard. That's weird. So Yada must be having a problem. Anyway, so a pure interface isn't going to need to implement game object, is it? Oh, serialization? guess we can say that. Sure. Well, hold on. The only things that... Okay, what would need to serialize a mod queue? What does serialization mean? Serialize. Who calls serialize? Yes, I know all these basic ones do, but at the higher level... Yes, we can ask the mod queue to serialize, sure. What does, in the reality, what does? Mail queue. No, that's the tests again. Profile? That's players. Where's the mod queue? Oh, here. Is it? No, no. Somewhere. Executor. The executor will ask it to serialize. So the executor, I don't want to have access to the debug interface. So serialize needs to be in the principal interface. That answers that question. So it should inherit from that. And we don't need method. We don't need lifecycle for a pure interface. We don't need a constructor. We will have get, and that is virtual equals 0. I'm tempted to remove const because if it's handled through the interface... Actually, take that back. Let's leave the const. I was thinking if it's handled by pointer, we don't need const, but that's not even true. Never mind. Forget I said that. We're going to get rid of getAll from this interface. Set. Actually, a bunch of these will have... Let's just go through. All these will be virtual functions now. Virtual. What happened to this one? I forgot one or something. And then all of these need to be pure virtual. Pure virtual. And then we don't need to specify all this stuff. So this is a pure interface. Okay, and then mod queue, the implementation. So we'll say this concrete... Oh, this is... Let's just say this is the concrete implementation of the iMod queue interface. Or what, do I need to say that? What if I just say... Let's just copy paste this. Say this is the subsystem which handles this. So this is based off of iMod queue. So that means a lot of this stuff is pushed into iMod queue public. Actually, I should have just taken that and pasted it there. And we can remove all of these because they're already documented. This is the special one that's for debugging. We'll move it out. Okay, and then these all are... They're already specified in the interface, so I don't need them here. How much time do I have left? I gotta go in like half an hour. Should be enough time to fix this. So all of these are virtual. Override. And then that should be all I need to really do. Oh no, we need to have things handling the concrete class handled by interface instead, and then that will cause things that use getAll to not compile anymore, which is what I want. So everywhere mod queue is used, it should be iMod queue, because we don't want them to have access to the debugging side of it. So I'm just going through and just making an iMod queue, and everything should work except for things that call the getAll. Why does it keep collapsing? Oh, because I want it to be collapsed. Never mind. Actually, do I just want to do search replace here? And then just remove the things I don't want changed? None of that. No. Yes. Yes. Well, this... Oh. Interesting. I remember this. Sure, yeah, static pointer cast is fine. think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Yeah, it'll navigate the class hierarchy correctly, right? Haven't done C++ in years. What's HPP? Do I have a command for that? No, I don't. I should add one. So HPP is just a choice you can make for file extension for a header file that has C++ definitions in it, like namespace and class and stuff like that, just to make it more obvious to someone who's including the file that it's C++ versus C. Whereas well, hold on, let me show you an example where I have a mixture. So in script host, right, pulls in a lot of C++ headers and some C headers. So I just got into this habit that headers that can be used from a C program are .h, and ones that can be used by either are usually .h and don't need an extern C around them, and things that require C++ are HPP. So it's just a way of signaling that it's intended to be consumed by a C++ compiler, not a C compiler. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think it says anything in there. But some alternatives I've seen, HH, HXX, there's of course HPP. So these usually mean C++ headers. All right? Whereas C only headers would be H. Technically you want a dot here, right? And then if used by C++ might need extern, extern without the pound sign, extern C, right? And then C or C++ headers, usually it's .h, no extern C required. And the way you'd tell is you go into that header and you'd see something like, will typically have if def C++ in it. If it's mixed, if it's intended to be used by either language, you'll see this inside of the header. If it's C only, it'll be that, and you might need that around it. And these are just ways to signal that it's definitely C++. You can't use it from C. So there you go. That's my understanding. And a lot of it's personal preference. So the compiler really doesn't care as long as you use the correct syntax. So I could name this .h, I could name it .abc, xyz. I could have no file extension, like these headers. Don't have any file extension. It's just memory. Not memory.h, not memory HTTP, just memory. Compiler doesn't really care. Hey there, 715209. How are you doing? Back to moderation. No, I was doing the search replace, right? Okay. Yeah, I was reasoning that the static pointer cast is probably okay. This doesn't need... I'm not going to change that yet. No on that. Yes on those two. No on that. Actually, all of these we say no to. Also the tests. And the main. So it's these I really care about. So, oh, these are in the test too, so no. It's just in the executor, which I guess makes sense. So go do it. So now when I compile, the executor is going to have trouble because it's going to be calling get all. Good and tired? Me too, 715209. A lot of things to do in this life, and you need to recharge once in a while, and I'm almost to that point. Okay, first compiler error. Something we called get all. Okay, so I can't do that. We're going to have to invent another API for this. Let's do that and include it in the unit test first. So, let's find the tests. Where am I? Tests for mod Q. Q tests. I'm going to eventually rename it to be tickets, I think. Right now it's called mod Q because the original intent for the in-game ticketing system was it was going to be a queue of alerts sent to all the game moderators, and then one of the game moderators' duties would be like when alerts come in, you process them. So they'd be like someone's stuck in the game, or someone is complaining about the name choice that someone else made. Things like that. So that's why it's called mod queue. Really, it's just a database of tickets and issues. Anyway, we're going to add a new one at the end, right? So let's say it's with all instead of get all. The idea is we don't want to make a copy of the database. We want to allow something to visit every record in the database. Will this work with a real database, though? Not really. But it's a step in the right direction. We'll at least not make a copy. So this might be temporary. Let's make... Do I have an example database in this test framework? No, I don't. I guess we can just do this. Actually, we had a test for get all, right? Yeah, add and get all. So copying from get all, the difference with all would be with all would end up passing a function of some kind. And wouldn't return tickets. So to figure out how many tickets there are and whether something is in there or not, we need to start recording that, right? So size t num tickets 0, bool ticket 1 found, ticket 2 found, and then we'll expect. Actually, I can just take that and say turn that into an expect for num tickets there. This is going to have some function given what? Const JSON value, ticket. We're going to increment num tickets, and we're just going to do capture everything that we use. And then we'll just expect true for both of these flags at the end. Do you plan to learn Python and HTML if you want a CTO? I would say yes, because those are pretty fundamental technologies that I'd be surprised if a CTO at least didn't at least know something about it. You don't need to learn it 100%. You only need to learn enough so that you know how to find the answers to anything in general. You don't need to be a specialist, though. And those are useful in a lot of other things, too. I would say yes. Let's see. So that's done at that point, right? So when we get into here, it would be, how do we know it's ticket 1? Because the ticket will have an ID, right? How do I know what ID it is? Because it will be given back. Oh, I should have an ID associated with it. ID. So if ID is ticket 1, ticket 1 found is true. If it's 2, then 2 is found, right? So there, it's the same thing but turned around so that we don't have to make a copy of the ticket. We're visiting the ticket in place. And that's my test. So let me get the code ready for that. That should go in the outer interface of moderation. No, mod queue. Where is it? Wherever this is declared. Here we go. The interface up here. So right here, virtual void with all, and then we'll have a function that doesn't need to return anything. It's given the ID and the ticket. And that is the visitor. This is a visitor pattern, what we're doing. All right. Okay. Call the given function for every ticket in the game. And then we can refine this later, have it say only visit the ones that match a certain account name or whatever. So this is visitor. This should make this pure virtual. Okay, this is the function to call for every ticket in the game. I'm thinking I should probably make this one a type. So this is ticket delegate. And we'll define that up here. Types and methods. This should be public, by the way. I forgot to do that. Using ticket delegate equals that, and then I can make a nice comment for it. Yeah, the thing is, Clayman, they said a little bit before that they're only 13 years old, so I think it's not trolling, it's mostly just not knowing what to do now, what to learn in the future. So when you're that young, I would say just learn the basics of different things that are interesting to you. They're all applicable later. If your dream is to become a CTO, it's all in that path. So Python, HTML, learn a little bit of each one. In fact, I would, when you're that young, try to learn a bit of everything to try to figure out what you like best. And then focus on what keeps you going, what's most interesting to you. Do you like making web pages? Do you like making add-ons for games? Whatever it is. You will discover your own path to CTO based off of what's interesting to you. It doesn't really matter exactly what technologies you pick now, as long as there's stuff that is fun to you and that are applicable. And I think Python and HTML are both very applicable and very relevant today. Now, if you said, should I learn Fortran to be a CTO? I'd probably say no, because Fortran's, the dying, if not dead language. If you said, should I learn COBOL? I would say, well, maybe if you're going to work on bank ATM software or stuff like that, but probably not for any kind of CTO. Python and HTML are so wide used in general. Sure, why not? Learn Python, learn HTML. They're perfectly good things to start learning right now. Okay, so this is the type of function used when dealing with a single ticket in the game. So the ID. This is the unique identifier of the ticket. And then param ticket. This contains all the information about the ticket. Actually, that's not really true. This contains the body of information in the ticket. Okay, so we have a nice type def. I use it with all, so that needs to be included in the overrides of the concrete class. Right here. Override. Technically, it's also const. It doesn't actually change anything, so we should say that. You mark methods const if they don't change the instance, so we're only looking at the ticket, we're not changing it. Okay, so next to get, we need to have a body. Body doesn't need to say virtual or override again, but we do need to say the class name in front. Okay, and so this will be actually pretty simple, right? Because all we need to do is say for const auto tickets entry in impl tickets visitor tickets entry first, tickets entry second, and we're done. So that should make this test not only compile but work, and I still need to go back and fix all the compiler errors with get all, and they need to be reworked to use with all instead of get all. And then we'll have accomplished the goal, which is to not make a copy of the entire ticket system whenever someone asks for their tickets. All right, so this is the first one, right? This get all. So this should be changed to with all and turned around so that the tickets entry is what we get back with every function here, right? So this becomes sort of the body of the function that goes into with all, like so. So this is an int ID and a const JSON value ticket, and then there's the body, right? And then I just need to rework this. So tickets entry second becomes ticket. And then ID is tickets entry first. So that's so we already have, we can just say ticket ID here and I can drop this part. And then to capture everything we need, I mean, I think since this kind of visitor pattern, we're not using the visitor after this function returns, it's safe to just make it capture everything like that. And hopefully that just works. If not, I might have to update the function object. It actually looks like it worked. But we've called it from more than one place, so we have to do it in the other places. Refresh ticket caches. Yes, so same thing. With all, we're going to get a ticket back. So we're going to end up, again, capturing some stuff. For every ticket, we're getting an ID and a const JSON value ticket. And what we do is what was previously done after the return value, which is this junk goes into there. And ticket second just becomes ticket. And I don't think it actually, oh, it does use ticket first. Ticket first is the ID. And then we're done. See, it's the same work. It's just instead of getting a copy of all the tickets and then iterating through it, we're saying the ticketing system, could you please iterate internally and for every ticket call this thing? And we're getting a reference to it in place rather than making a copy. So it's saving the copy. The restriction is that we can't make a change to the tickets like we could before. We could get the copy of the tickets and change them if we wanted. Now we can't change it because it's constant. We'd have to make a new ticket ourselves and store it somewhere. But we don't need to do that here, so we're cool. And then this is where, yeah, this is just bad that we were doing this all over the place. This get all is horribly horribly inefficient. So with all, we're going to, again, be doing something, given an ID. Should I just use the same names? It should just be ticket ID, right? Ticket ID const JSON value ticket. And then that is really this part, right? So this stuff. Okay, this gets a little complicated for a couple reasons. It has a break in there, which is a problem. And it has a continue. So there's a couple things we could do about, okay, continue in this context means to continue the loop. So continuing the loop, which is inside of here, really just means return from this. The tricky thing is this break, which just means to leave early. So what do I want to do there? Actually, why did I have a break there? Hold on, I need to look at this in the Git lens. Git lens. Git lens. What did it look like before? It did look at all of them, but what was that? Why was I breaking there? I don't understand. Hold on. Is this wrong? With all tickets in the ticketing system, if the ticket is not a name check, or it's closed, or the reporter is someone else, then ignore it. Otherwise, if the command has not been applied to change that ticket, log a command to make the change to the ticket. Why only this one ticket? What are we doing here? On change profile executed. Oh. Wait a minute, do we need to look at all tickets? We're just looking for one ticket. That's what it's doing. It's looking for the first open name check ticket. And if we find it, then we're updating it if it's not, if it hasn't already been done. That's what it is. Yeah. Okay, so I have two options here. One is to make a flag saying, I'll just do this first. Ticket found. And we'll say, if it's been found, just return right away, right? And if we get down to here, we're saying ticket found is true. So that will make sure that it only processes tickets until it finds one and does this junk to it. Actually, it's when it gets down to here, right? Then for the rest of the tickets in the game, it just does nothing. So the other option, that's a little bit inefficient, because if you had like 1,000,000 tickets and the ticket you're looking for is the first one, it'll do the remaining 999,999 tickets in the loop, even though you didn't need it to. The alternative would be with all could expect a function which returns something to say whether or not you want to continue. Actually, I kind of feel like doing that. Let me do that. Updating this test. Let's have it stop. How do I make a test around it? I know that internally it's going to hold it into a map, so that's sorted by ID, right? So that these will remain in the order in which we add them. So let's have two alternatives. With all complete iteration, and then we'll have another one where it's with all stop after first. Right, and so it's the same setup, only this becomes a false, and this becomes a 1, and this would return, actually right down here, return false. We'll make it say, if you return false, then you should stop. If you return true, continue. So that means this has to be updated to return true always. So this should stop after the first one, so we should only see one ticket, which is ticket number 1, and we should not see ticket 2. Sounds good to me. So that means I gotta go with all the other places that I did with all. I need to fix them. With all. So this one's sending them all, right? So we should just return true always. This one, again, should say return true always. This one is return... This one I don't need to say ticket found. I don't need that. Instead here, this should say true, but this one should say false. And then when we declare it, we have to actually declare it a bool, and I have to say what the return value means. Return an indication of whether or wait a minute, I got that backwards. It's not with all that returns the flag. It's the ticket delegate. Yeah, so that's bool right there. Obid bool. Return an indication of whether or not other tickets in the game should be visited is returned. Okay, so now it's going to expect to return something, so in here we should do that. So this should say if not visitor break. Done. Back to here. So let's build. There's going to be a couple other places where I do get all. Hey there, Magico. How are you doing? Oh, and Sick Mofo was in here too. Haven't done C++ in years. Was oh yeah, we talked about the what's HTTP. I just didn't say hi to you. Sorry about that. All right, looking for other compiler errors. Okay, here we go. So old code that needs to be converted. So it's the same thing. This is looking for tickets that match, right? So it's going to be looking through all of them. So with all tickets, and we're going to change this around to, again, it's int ID, const JSON value ticket, and then do the rest of this inside of here. Like that. Return true, meaning that we're going to look at all the tickets, right? And then tickets, and tickets entry second becomes ticket, and this one becomes ID. There, we just it's the same thing, only turned around so that we don't have to make a copy of all the data. It's visiting it in place. One more. Which one is this? Delete account make command. So right, this is collecting a list of tickets to be destroyed. So we're just getting a list, right? So we're still iterating through all of them. Int ID. Actually, let's do ticket ID. And then, or no, we can do ID. Const JSON value ticket. This stuff indented. Return true. End. And ticket second becomes ticket. Ticket first becomes ID, and we're good. Continuing on. How many more of these do I have? Hopefully not many more. This one is getting a list of tickets when you download your player info. So with all. Why am I typing this over and over again? I should just be like typing it once and copying it around. What am I doing? Return true. And we're done with that as long as this name is now ticket, and then this one is just ID. Done. One more. Make tickets message. With all. Hopefully I only have one more. Getting kind of tired of this. Int ID const JSON value ticket. Return true. This is ID and this is ticket. It never ends. How many more get alls do I have? Oh, only one more. Okay. This one is called when. Oh, when someone's name or mask state changes. Int ID const JSON value ticket. Do this stuff. And this might have an early return in it. No, it doesn't. Return true. Okay, and then this is ticket. Is that it? No, this also has an ID. There we go. Oh, it's building. It's linking. I could run my unit tests to make sure I didn't break anything. Finally. Actually, good timing because I gotta go in like 5 minutes. All right. The test I made first, I want to run first. So that was Realm server tests, mod queue tests. Let's just run them all. Cool. Ran the first. Always makes me nervous when it passes the first time. So I kind of like to break it and make sure that it breaks the way I expect. If I return true, then it should actually have 2 tickets, right? And we lost where we were because it's still building. Okay. Now it fails. Does it fail the predicted way? Yes. Tickets is 2. It actually found ticket 2. So put that back to false. Pass this again. Okay, now let's run the moderation test to make sure that didn't break. It did break. What'd I break? Ooh. Mutex. Oh, did it re-enter and get the mutex twice? Let's see. Debug. Mutex lock. It's re-entering a lock, I guess. It's calling get. Oh, shoot. It actually looks up the ticket based off of the ID. Okay, we don't need to do that. Yeah, it's re-entering the mutex because this thing holds the mutex while iterating, and then the visitor re-enters it by calling get. That's a good thing we have a test there. Passing tests are satisfying, yeah, but only if you see them fail first, and then you fix something, and then it passes. If it passes all the time, then it makes me nervous that the test isn't right. I want to see why we are passing just a ticket ID and not the actual ticket. If we have it available, then there's no reason to do this. Change type. What? But we'll have the ticket. There's no reason for me to do this. Is there? This is in the coordinator. Yeah, so it shouldn't change. What about here? Yeah, we have the ticket. Why am I not passing it? I don't understand. Subs. Okay, announce ticket change. Calls make ticket change announcements. So I got to look at that too. And we have the ticket for that one too. Okay, so then it remains to be seen, what does announce ticket change do? It has access to the ticket. So I could just pass the ticket through all these functions. There's no reason why not to, right? So let's do that. Let's change this so that it's a, do I even need the ticket ID? I don't, do I? No, I do need it. Okay, so I need the ticket ID and the ticket. So const JSON value ticket. Param, can't type right now. Ticket. This is the body of the moderation ticket that changed. Okay, here we go. And I also want to hit the other function. Whoops. Why did that open up over there? This one. Go to that declaration. This one right here. There. No, there. Back. Paste. Okay, and then in the implementation, paste. And then I don't need, right, this just passes the ticket along. And the other one, where that's implemented, like it's not going to find it right now because I changed the prototype. That's fine. I don't blame you, IntelliSense. There are a couple places. So here, it should just be ticket, right? Yeah, it should just be ticket. And here as well, probably, right? It's just, yeah, it's just ticket. And what about here? Here's the definition. So we already have the ticket, so we don't need to get it. We just say ticket. And then there was good. Here it is ticket. And we're done. Yay. Did I break something? I broke something. I missed one. Ticket. There we go. I'm gonna have to stop soon and raid someone because I gotta go do some errands, unfortunately. I gotta start streaming later too. I think I'm gonna eventually expand my streaming schedule, do some evening streams. Don't know how people will think about that. Or maybe it'll be different people, we'll see. Okay, that fixed that. I think I'm gonna run all my unit tests. It'll take a few minutes. I'm gonna assume that they all work, and just if it doesn't work, I'll have to fix them later. I'll start the test running, and I'm just gonna check my code in. More streams equals PogChamp, +1 for evening streams. Yeah, because I don't think I'm getting enough time working, and I end up just playing games, and I'm finding that I actually am happier when I work than when I play games. I'm starting to understand that playing games is more an avoidance of life and not so much a relaxation thing like I used to think. And actually streaming, I'm happy because I get to interact with you guys more and getting more work done. Yeah, that's true. For the European folks, it kind of sucks because it's in the middle of your night. I apologize for that. I will try my best to reshape physics and the Earth to make it so that it's not in the middle of your night, but well, it might take a little while. Oh, I forgot to get. I'll get back to that guy. I keep forgetting that guy. I'll leave him modified in my workspace so I don't forget. That was a little miscellaneous thing to make playing with scissors happy. So this is annotate end of function and namespace. I think people are using games to escape from things. Yeah. I think that is more true than I used to think for me. Okay, this was all together, right? I mean, playing games is fine, especially if it's social, but if you're playing a lot of single player games and you're finding that instead of it relaxing you, it just makes you more irritated when you stop playing the games, for me it's that it's coming back to reality and having to do things other than play games. And I realized, I didn't really relax that whole time. It was kind of stressful. So if anything, I try to look for single player games now that aren't stressful, that really are relaxing, kind of like chill games, if they're not social. Humans numb themselves. I mean, that's fine, but you have to have a healthy balance. I think sometimes it's an imbalance. I just escape too much. That's the withal. Do these all go together then? There's a withal goes with the interface change. This is why I don't play shooter games. Yeah. I think shooter games are okay if you do it in a group of friends. So it becomes a social activity. It's when you're doing it solo where it's more of like just an exercise in stress. You're adding stress to yourself. Unless maybe you have an objective like get really good at the game and get a high score or beat a game or something. But if it's an endless game like, I don't know, like I don't play shooter games. If there's no goal in mind or you're just doing it because you're trying to escape, I think for me at least it becomes a trap where you're avoiding things and it comes back to you later. Okay, so this is redesign mod q get all. So restrict mod q get all to concrete class. Introduce imod q to limit access to concrete class. Add mod q with all as alternative to mod q get all to visit all tickets in the game without making copies of them. I think that's a good design change, and I'll probably do that in a couple other places in the game where I have sort of like test methods that should not be used inside the system. Maybe restrict them to the concrete class, because the only place in the whole system where you have access to the concrete classes should be the outermost integration level. So it's either the test runner or the main program. And the main program, sure, it could do that, but there's no reason for it to. So I won't be tempted to do that. Sitting here 3.7 hours into a pair programming call to get our client's CI/CD environment set up. 3.7 hours? Oh my goodness. It's like you're doing a whole stream. Pair programming. Is that good or bad? That sounds bad. Although maybe you enjoy helping someone get their CI/CD set up. I don't know. It sounds like it's a bad thing. It's fine. Well, CM Griffing, anything's fine for you. You're like chill no matter what. I have yet to see you get truly frustrated at something, especially if it's other people. Yeah, and you're getting paid. It's like if you're paying me, I'll do whatever you want. Insert this as a fine image here. This is fine. There you go. I've inserted it. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap up my stream because I gotta run some errands. So let me push this. So I wonder if I'll do the same thing tomorrow, kind of like a mix of going through my old notes and a mix of just picking random improvements to the game. I'm kind of avoiding getting back to this until I've studied it more. And I need to do a lot of sitting and thinking, which is hard for me to do on streams so far. It's better that I do this between streams, figure out a plan, and then approach it. So until I really make some headway into this thinking and design-wise, I'll probably be, again, doing what I was doing today, which is some reorganizing my old notes and then some looking through some glaring mistakes in the design and redesigning things. Oh, my voice. a good thing I have something to drink. And also that I'm ending my stream because I need a break. Let's see. I know some unit tests are going to fail because this one I know I broke by accident. It's unrelated to the ModQ stuff. That's the only thing that's failing? I should just fix that and I'll have a nice green light at the top. Cool. And everything is checked in, so I'm good to go, right? Let's make one final check. And while that's going, let me find someone else to raid. Let's see. Let me turn off the dark mode. There we go. Oh, I see how I'm breaking Yada. Ooh, I can recreate that. Hideo will love that. When I turn on or off the dark mode extension, it breaks Yada. Sometimes. Not every time. I got a debated on it. Interesting. Okay. I think I can maybe reproduce that for him. I use a chat client called Yada, and I just discovered that I'm using the dark mode extension for Firefox. And when I turn that on or off, it's messing up Yada. Anyway. Let's see who we can raid. What? What? Adam's going? I'd never get to raid Adam. I think we're going to have to do this. So, Adam C. Eunice, I'm a moderator in his channel. He's an Australian pixel artist working on his game called Insignia. And normally his schedule is he'll start streaming about, 4 hours from now. So it's completely out of sync with my stream, but he has one of his rare other streams where he's interviewing a Ludum Dare winner, another streamer on Twitch named Joe Creates. And so let's break into that interview with a fun little raid, shall we? And then I gotta go run my errands, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow where we'll do more of this fun stuff. But I really like Adam, his style, and his knowledge in art as well as far as game development. And I watch him because I hope to pick up some things here and there to get better at it. He is in Australia, yeah. It's like in the middle of the morning for him. Actually, I have no idea what time it is for him. Let's go say hi, because I never ever get to raid him, and he's one of my favorite streamers to watch and try to learn something from, which is beyond my capabilities that I hope to grow into being able to do like what he does. So yeah, thank you very much, and hope you enjoy Adam's stream, and I will see you later. Bye.